A224 sections and subsections. Long chapters in theses, dissertations, and long class papers may be further divided into sections, which in turn may be divided into subsections, and so on. If your paper, or a chapter within it, has only a few sections, you may signal the division between sections informally by centering three spaced asterisks, on their own line. If you create formal sections in a paper or in its chapters, you may give each one its own title, also called a subheading or subhead. You may have multiple levels of subheads, which are designated RST level, second level, and so on. Unless you are writing a very long and complex paper, think carefully before using more than 2 or 3 levels of subheads. Rather than being helpful, they can become distracting. You should have at least 2 subheads at any level within a chapter. If you do not, your divisions may not be logically structured. 2 consecutive subhead levels may appear together without intervening text. Unless your local guidelines have rules for subheads, you may devise your own typography and format for them. Each level of subhead should be consistent and different from all other levels, and higher level subheads should be more visually prominent than lower level ones. In general, subheads are more prominent when centered, in bold or italic type, or capitalized headline style than when left, in regular type, or capitalized sentence style. Except for run-in subheads, CFTH level. Below, put more space before a subhead than after, up to 2 blank lines before and 1 line, or double line spacing, after, and do not end a subhead with a period. To maintain consistency, use your word processor to DINA style for each level. Here is one plan for VE levels of subheads. First level, centered, boldface or italic type, headline style capitalization. Contemporary art. Second level, centered, regular type, headline style capitalization. What are the major styles? Third level, left, boldface or italic type, headline style capitalization. Abstract expressionism. Fourth level, left, regular type, sentence style capitalization. Major painters and practitioners. Fifth level, run in at beginning of paragraph, no blank line after. Boldface or italic type, sentence style capitalization, terminal period. Pollock as the leader. The role of leading abstract expressionist painter was filled by Jackson Pollock. Never end a page with a subhead. Set your word processor to keep all headings attached to the ensuing paragraph. The built-in heading styles may already be set to stay with the next paragraph by default. A225 notes or parenthetical citations. If you are using note-style citations with footnotes, see 16.3 for a discussion of how to format footnotes. Figure A10 shows a sample page of text with footnotes. Figure A10. Page of text with footnotes. Reprinted with permission. From Julia Akinyi Brookins, Immigrant Settlers and Frontier Citizens. German Texas in the American Empire, 1835–1890, Ph.D. Dis. University of Chicago, 2013. If you are using author date citations, see 18.3 for a discussion of how to format parenthetical citations. Figure A11 shows a sample page of text with parenthetical citations. Figure A11. Page of text with parenthetical citations. Reprinted with permission from Jose Antonio Hernandez Company, The Legacies of Authoritarianism, Party Origins and the Development of Programmatic Capacity in Mexico, Ph.D. Dis. University of Chicago. 2015. A226 Tables and Figures. If your paper includes tables or GURs, see Chapter 26 for a discussion of how to format tables, some types of GURs, and GUR captions, and CA31 for information about inserting these elements into your paper. Figure A12 shows a sample page of text with a GUR positioned on it, and GUR A13 shows a sample of a table in landscape orientation on its own page. Figure A12. Page with text and a figure. Reprinted with permission. From Marjorie Elizabeth Wood, Emancipating the Child Laborer. Children, Freedom and the Moral Boundaries of the Market in the United States, 1853–1938, Ph.D. Dis. University of Chicago, 2011. Figure A13. Page with a landscape table. Reprinted with permission. From Nathaniel Baum Snow, Essays on the Spatial Distribution of Population and Employment, Ph.D. Dis. University of Chicago. 2005. A227 Conclusion. In a thesis, or dissertation, or, in some cases, a long class paper, you will probably end with a conclusion that is long enough to treat as a separate element. If you include such a conclusion, label the RST page conclusion at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST line of text. You may also make the conclusion the last numbered chapter of your paper if you want to emphasize its connection to the rest of your text. If so, treat the word conclusion as a chapter title, see A223. A23 Back matter. The back matter of your paper may consist of all or some or none of the following elements. Departments and universities usually provide specific directions for the order of elements. If yours does not, follow the order given here. Number the back matter continuously with the text using Arabic numerals. A231 Illustrations. If you group all of your illustrations together at the end of your thesis or dissertation, or long class paper, instead of including them in the text, see 26.1.1, make them the RST element in the back matter. Label the RST page of such a section illustrations at the top of the page. For information about inserting GURs into your paper, see A31. If some illustrations are placed in the text, however, any that are grouped in the back matter must be placed in an appendix, see A232. A232 Appendixes. If your thesis, or dissertation, or long class paper includes essential supporting material that cannot be easily worked into the body of your paper, put the material in one or more appendixes in the back matter. Do not put appendixes at the ends of chapters. Examples of such material would be tables and figures that are marginally relevant to your topic or too large to put in the text, schedules and forms used in collecting materials, copies of documents not available to the reader, and case studies too long to put into the text. Label the RST page appendix at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST line of text or other material. If the appendix material is of different types, for example, a table and a case study, divide it among 2 or more appendixes. In this case, give each appendix a number or letter and a descriptive title. The numbers can be either Arabic numerals, 1, 2, or spelled out, 1, 2, or you may use single letters of the alphabet in sequential order, A, B. Put the number or letter following the word appendix, and place the descriptive title on the next line. If your paper has only one appendix, you may also give it a descriptive title, but do not give it a number or letter. If the appendix consists of your own explanatory text, double space it and format it to match the main text. If it is in list form or consists of a primary document or a case study, you may choose to single space the text, especially if it is long. Treat supporting material that cannot be presented in print form, such as a large data set or a multimedia li, as an appendix. Include a brief description of the material and its location, including a hyperlink, if relevant. Such supplementary materials may also need to be described in your abstract, CA 214. Consult your local guidelines for specific requirements for li format, presentation, and submission. See also A31. A233 Glossary. If your thesis, or dissertation, or long class paper needs a glossary, see A2112, you may include it in either the front or back matter, where it follows any appendixes, and precedes endnotes and the bibliography or reference list. All of the special format requirements described in A2112 apply, except that the back matter glossary pages should be numbered with Arabic instead of Roman numerals. Figure A8 shows a sample glossary, paginated for the front matter. A234 Endnotes. If you are using notes-style citations, and unless your local guidelines require footnotes or end-of-chapter notes, you may include notes in the back matter as endnotes. Label the RST page of this element notes at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST note, and 1 blank line between notes. The notes themselves should be single-spaced, with a standard paragraph indent at the start of each one. If you restart numbering for each chapter, add a subheading before the RST note to each chapter. Figure A14 shows a sample page of endnotes for a paper divided into chapters. See also 16.3.3 and A224. If you are using author date citations, you will not have endnotes. Figure A14. Endnotes. Reprinted with permission from Mary Channon Caldwell, singing, dancing, and rejoicing in the round. Latin sacred songs with refrains, circa 1015-82, Ph.D. Dis. University of Chicago, 2013. A235 Bibliography or reference list. If you are using note-style citations, you will probably include a bibliography in the back matter. Label the RST page of this element bibliography at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST entry, and 1 blank line between entries. The entries themselves should be single-spaced, with runover indented ½ an inch. Figure A15 shows a sample page of a bibliography. Figure A15. Bibliography. Reprinted with permission from Julia Akini Brookens, Immigrant Settlers and Frontier Citizens, German. Texas in the American Empire, 1835-1890, Ph.D. Dis. University of Chicago, 2013. For some types of bibliographies you should use a different title, such as Sources Consulted. If you do not arrange the bibliography alphabetically by author, include a headnote, subheadings, formatted consistently, or both to clarify the arrangement. See 16.2 for these variations. If you are using author date citations, you must include a reference list in the back matter. Label the RST page of the list references at the top of the page. Leave 2 blank lines between the title and the RST entry, and 1 blank line between single-spaced entries. Indent runover ½ an inch, use a hanging indent. Figure A16 shows a sample page of a reference list. Figure A16. Reference list. Reprinted with permission from Jose Antonio Hernandez Company, The Legacies of Authoritarianism, Party Origins and the Development of Programmatic Capacity in Mexico, Ph.D. Dis. University of Chicago, 2015. In the rare case that you do not arrange the reference list alphabetically by author, see 18.2.1, include a headnote, subheadings, formatted consistently, or both to clarify the arrangement. A3 File Preparation and Submission Requirements. A3-1 Preparing your files. By following some basic practices for good electronically management and preparation, you can avoid problems and produce a legible, properly formatted paper. These practices apply whether you will be submitting your paper electronically, as hard copy, or both. A311 File Management. Try to minimize the risk that your data will be lost or corrupted at some point. Prepare your paper as a single electronically, regardless of its length. Working with a single li makes it easier to use your word processor to number pages, footnotes, and the like, and to dean and apply styles consistently. See A312. Working in a single li will also make it easier To search and make global changes. Papers submitted electronically must almost always consist of a single li, though certain supplementary materials may need to be prepared and submitted as separate li. See A232. You may need to use your word processor to divide your document into sections to meet certain formatting requirements, such as presenting notes at the end of a chapter, as chapter endnotes, or changing the way page numbers display in headers or footers in different parts of the document. Name the li simply and logically. If you save different versions of the li over time, name them consistently, always ending in the date, for example, to avoid any confusion. Before null submission, check your local guidelines for naming conventions that apply to the li for the paper and to any supplemental materials. If possible, stick with the same application to draft and edit your paper. Conversions always involve some risk of formatting errors and lost data. Even when moving between word processors that are supposed to be compatible. Save your work often during each writing session. Back up your work in more than one location after each writing session. In addition to a local drive, save it to a network or cloud storage service. Print out the li for your paper or convert it to the required electronic format before your submission date. Look it over carefully for any formatting glitches, such as special characters that are not displaying properly, while there is time to correct them. Label the printout or name the new li draft and keep it at least until you submit the null version. In an emergency, such as a computer problem or a serious illness, you can use it to show that you did indeed produce a draft. For considerations related to citation management tools, see 15.6. A312 Text Components. Present all components of your text clearly and consistently. Format each text component consistently, including regular text, block quotations, footnotes, and each type of title and subhead. The most efficient way to ensure consistency is to use your word processor to dean and apply a unique style, specifying font, size, position, line spacing, and so forth, for each component. Set your word processor to align text left with a ragged right margin. Unless your local guidelines recommend otherwise, and do not use its automated hyphenation feature, see 20.4.1. To avoid stranding headings at the bottom of the page, use your word processor to dean them to keep with the next element. And to avoid stranding single lines of text at the top or bottom of the page, use your word processor's option for widow and orphan control. Use your word processor's menu for special characters, also called symbols, to insert letters with accents and other diacritics, characters from Greek and other non-Latin alphabets, mathematical operators, but see below, paragraph or section symbols, and the like. If a particular character is not available, you may need to select a different font for that character. Insert any linked cross-references, for the table of contents, GUR references, or other elements, and external hyperlinks, for cited sources. and the like, that your local guidelines recommend. Avoid font colors other than black. Even if you submit your paper as a PDF or print it on a color printer, it may be printed or copied later in black and white, and the color might not reproduce well. Create equations and formulas with the equation editor in your word processor, if possible. If not, create these items in another application, and insert them into your LI as images, CA313. Leave at least one blank line between the equation and the text both above and below. A313 tables. Use your software to present tables that are clear, well formatted, and easily readable. For more information, see 8.3. Create tables with the table editor in your word processor, if possible. If not, create them in a spreadsheet program and insert them into your LI as unlinked, embedded tables. Format them to match the surrounding text. See Chapter 26 for discussion of table structure, format, and placement in text. Place a table number and title on the line above each numbered table, see 26.2.2. Run the title the full width of the table. Put any source notes, general notes, or footnotes under the bottom rule of a table, with a blank line between the rule and the RST note, and also between notes. Notes to tables may be presented in a smaller font than the text of your paper. Consult your local guidelines. Leave at least one blank line, and preferably two, between the table title and any text above it on the page, and also between the bottom rule, or last note, and any text below it. Use caution in employing shading or color to convey meaning. Even if you print the paper on a color printer, or submit it as a PDF, it may be printed or copied later in black and white. If you use shading, make sure it does not obscure the text of the table, and do not use multiple shades, which might not reproduce distinctly. Repeat the stub column and all column heads, see 26.2.4 and 26.2.5, on every page of a multi-page table. Omit the bottom rule on all pages except the last. Remain within your paper's standard margins for a table that takes up an entire page or is in landscape orientation, see 26.1.2. Do not put any regular text on a page containing a landscape table. Set the table title in either landscape or portrait orientation, and include a page number, preferably in portrait orientation, so that it lines up with the rest of the page numbers in your paper. Keep a table that cannot be presented in print form, such as one containing a large data set, as a separate LI, and treat it as an appendix to your paper, CA232. A314 figures. Take care that your graphics are easy to read, accurate, and to the point. For more information, see 8.3. Some charts, graphs, and diagrams can be created with the tools built in to your word processor. If you create them in a different application, insert them into your LI as images. Format them to match the surrounding text. See Chapter 26 for discussion of GUR types, format, and placement in text. Insert photographs, maps, and other types of GURs into your LI as images. If an item is available to you only in hard copy, scan and insert it. If possible, put a GUR number and caption on the line below the GUR, see 26.3.2. An exception, with examples from musical scores, put the number and caption on the line above the GUR rather than below. Run the caption the full width of the GUR. If there is not enough room for both GUR and caption within the margins of a page, put the caption at the bottom, or, if necessary, the top, of the nearest preceding text page. Leave at least one blank line, and preferably two, between the GUR and any text above it on the page, and also between the caption and any text below it. Use caution in employing shading or color to convey meaning. Even if you print the paper on a color printer or submit it as a PDF, it may be printed or copied later in black and white. If you use shading, make sure it does not obscure any text in the GUR, and do not use multiple shades, which might not reproduce distinctly. Consult your local guidelines for any requirements related to resolution, scaling, cropping, and other parameters. Remain within your paper's standard margins for a GUR that takes up an entire page or is in landscape orientation, see 26.1.2. Do not put any regular text on a page containing a landscape GUR. Set the GUR caption in either landscape or portrait orientation, and include a page number, preferably in portrait orientation, so that it lines up with the rest of the page numbers in your paper. Keep a GUR that cannot be presented in print form, such as a multimedia LI, as a separate LI, and treat it as an appendix to your paper, see A232. A32 Submitting electronic files. Most departments and universities now require electronic submission of a thesis or dissertation instead of or in addition to hard copy, see A33. Instructors may also request electronic copies of class papers. For class papers, consult your instructor regarding acceptable LI types. The requirements for theses and dissertations are more stringent. Well in advance of the deadline, review the specific guidelines of your department or university regarding any forms or procedures that must be completed before you can submit your paper. If possible, get an official to review your paper for proper format and other requirements before you submit the null copy. Most dissertations and some theses will be submitted to an electronic repository. Many universities work with ProQuest dissertations and theses, a commercial repository, others maintain their own. In either case, follow your university's guidelines for formatting your paper and creating the electronic LI. Most papers will need to be submitted as a single PDF document. To ensure that all text displays correctly for other readers, make sure that all fonts used in your paper have been embedded according to the guidelines provided by ProQuest or your university. If a copy of your Abstract will be submitted separately. Double-check formatting and special characters to make sure they have been maintained in the copy. If your paper includes supplemental LA that cannot be included in the PDF, see A232. Follow all applicable guidelines for preparing and submitting them. Once the full text of your paper is published in an electronic repository, others will have access to your work. You may be given the option to publish traditionally or to provide free, open access to your work online, sometimes in conjunction with a Creative Commons license that specifies how others may use or distribute your work. If you choose a traditional publishing option, your paper may still be visible to search engines, and readers may have free access to your abstract, and in some cases a portion of your text. Full access is typically provided through a subscription database or a library. If you are concerned about limiting access to your paper for a specific period, you may be able to apply for an embargo. Check your local guidelines. Whichever publishing option you select, copyright restrictions apply. If you include copyrighted material beyond the conventions of fair use, you must obtain written permission from the copyright holder, and you may be required to submit that documentation with your paper. Failure to provide such material may delay acceptance or publication of your dissertation. Consult your local guidelines and those offered by the repository. For more information, see Chapter 4 in the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th ed. 2017. Or Copyright and Your Dissertation or Thesis, Ownership, Fair Use, and Your Rights and Responsibilities, by Kenneth D. Cruz, available online from ProQuest. A33 Submitting hard copy. Even if you submit your paper electronically, A32, you may also be asked to submit one or more hard copies of the full paper or of specific pages. In some cases, you may be asked to submit only the hard copy. If you are writing a class paper, submitting it may be as simple as printing out a single copy and handing it in to your instructor. Or you may instead be asked to submit multiple copies to multiple individuals, your classmates, or other faculty members. Follow instructions exactly, and always keep both a hard copy and the electronically for your records. All copies should exactly match the original. The requirements for theses and dissertations are more stringent, in part because such papers may be preserved in bound form by the university or by a commercial repository. Well in advance of the deadline, review the specific guidelines of your department or university regarding such matters, as the number of copies required and any paperwork or procedures that must be completed before you can submit your paper. If your thesis or dissertation is very long, your department or university may bind it in multiple volumes. Check your local guidelines. If possible, get an official to review your paper for proper format before you produce the null copies. Follow your university's recommendations for paper stock. Most will specify a paper that is 8 × 11 inches, in U.S. universities, and suitable for long-term preservation of the work. If the guidelines do not specify the paper stock, follow the American Library Association's recommendation. For 20-pound weight, neutral pH, acid-free, paper that is labeled either buffered or as having a minimum 2% alkaline reserve. Some but not all stock referred to as dissertation bond meets these requirements, so be sure to examine the paper specifications before making any copies. Unless your guidelines specify otherwise, print your paper on only one side of each page. 1. A thesis is a paper submitted as part of the requirements for a master's level or undergraduate degree. A dissertation, which is typically longer than a thesis, is a paper submitted toward fulfillment of a doctoral degree. Bibliography. There is a large literature on ending and presenting information, only some of which can be listed here. For a larger and more current selection, consult the Library of Congress catalog or an online bookseller. URLs are provided here for sources that are available online, in addition to or in place of traditional print formats. Other sources may also be available online or in an e-book format. Consult your library. This list is divided as follows: Internet databases, bibliographies and indexes. General, humanities, social sciences, natural sciences, print and electronic resources. General, visual representation of data, tables, figures, posters, etc. Humanities. General, art, history, literary studies, music, philosophy, social sciences. General, anthropology, business, communication, journalism and media studies. Economics, education, geography, law, political science, psychology, religion, sociology, women's studies, natural sciences. General, biology, chemistry, computer sciences, geology and earth sciences, mathematics, physics. For most of those areas, 6 kinds of resources are listed. 1. Specialized dictionaries that offer short essays dealing concepts in ALD. 2. General and specialized encyclopedias that offer more extensive overviews of a topic. 3. Guides to ending resources in different ELDs and using their methodologies. 4. Bibliographies, abstracts, and indexes that list past and current publications in different ELDs. 5. Writing manuals for different ELDs. 6. Style manuals that describe required features of citations in different ELDs. Internet databases, bibliographies and indexes. General, Academic 1 file. Farmington Hills, Me, Gale Cengage Learning, 2006. http www.gale.com. Academic Search Premier. Ipswich, Ma, EBSCO Information Services, 1975. https www.ebscohost.com/academic/academic search premier. Article 1st. Dublin, OCLC, 1990. http www.oclc.org. OACList Online. Chicago, American Library Association, 2006. http www.booklistonline.com. Clase and Periodica. Mexico City, UNAM, 2003. http www.oclc.org. CQ Researcher. Washington, D.C., CQ Press, 1991. http://library.cqpress.com/cqresearcher. RIC, Educational Resources Information Center. Washington, D.C., U.S. Department of Education, Institute of Education Sciences, 2004. http www.eric.ed.gov. SSA and General Literature Index, H.W. Wilson. Ipswich, Ma, EBSCO. Publishing, 2000 S. http www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. General 1 file. Farmington Hills, Me, Gale Cengage Learning, 2006. http www.gale.cengage.com. SI Web of Science, formerly Web of Knowledge. New York, Thomson. Reuters, 1990 S. http walkinfo.com. ExitsNexis Academic. Dayton, O, LexisNexis, 1984. http www.lexisnexis.com. Library Literature and Information Science Full Text, H.W. Wilson. Ipswich. Ma, EBSCO Publishing, 1999. http www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. Library of Congress Online Catalog. Washington, D.C., Library of Congress. https://catalog.loc.gov/. Omnial Full Text Select, H.W. Wilson. Ipswich, Ma, EBSCO Publishing. 1990. http www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. Periodicals Index Online. ProQuest Information and Learning, 1990. http www.pirocust.com. Rockist Dissertations and Theses. Ann Arbor, Me, ProQuest Information and Learning, 2004. http www.pirocust.com. Rockist Research Library. Ann Arbor, Me, ProQuest Information and Learning, 1998. http www.pirocust.com. Efference Reviews. Bradford, UK, MCB University Press, 1997. http://www.emeraldinsight.com. WorldCat. Dublin, O, Online Computer Library Centre. http www.oclc.org. WorldCat/ Humanities. RTS and Humanities Citation Index. Philadelphia, Institute for Scientific Information, 1990s. http://icience.thomsonreuters.com/mjl. Humanities Full Text, H.W. Wilson. Ipswich, Ma. EBSCO Publishing. 2011. http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. Humanities International Index, formerly American Humanities Index. Ipswich, Ma. EBSCO Publishing, 2005. http://www.ebscohost.com. Academic/U.S. History in Context. Farmington Hills, Me, Gale Group, 2007. http://www.gale.com. Social Sciences. Anthropological Literature. Cambridge, Ma. Tozzer Library, Harvard University, 1984. http://hcl.harvard.edu/libraries/tozzer/anthrolit. Anthrolit CFM. Anthrosource. Arlington, VA, American Anthropological Association. http://www.aanet.org/publications/anthrozource. Anthropology Plus. Rutgers, NJ, Rutgers University Library. http://www.libraries.rutgers.edu/indexes/anthropology_plus. Pop ESYCNET. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. 1990s. http://www.apa.org/pubs/databases/psycnet. SSIA, Applied Social Sciences Index and Abstracts. Rutgers, NJ, Rutgers University Library. http://www.libraries.rutgers.edu/indexes/ASHA. ACE International with Archive. Public Affairs Information Service, CSA. Illumina. Bethesda, MD, CSA, 1915. http://www.piracus.com. Political Science. Research Guide. Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. http://guides.lib.umichigan.edu/policy. Autheal Sciences Abstracts, H.W. Wilson. Ipswich, Ma. EBSCO Publishing. 1990s. http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. Autheal Sciences Citation Index. Philadelphia, Institute for Scientific Information, 1990s. http://wacinfo.com. Sociological Abstracts. Sociological Abstracts, Cambridge Scientific Abstracts. Bethesda, MD, ProQuest CSA, 1990s. http://www.piracus.com. Natural Sciences. Applied Science and Technology Index, H.W. Wilson. Ipswich, Ma, EBSCO. Publishing, 1997. http www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. NAL Catalog, Agricola. Washington, D.C., National Agricultural Library. 1970. http agricola.nal.usda.gov. ubm.gov. U.S. National Library of Medicine, National Institutes of Health. http www.ncbi.nlm.nih.gov/pubmd. Web of Science. Philadelphia, Institute for Scientific Information, 1990s. http wacinfo.com. Print and Electronic Resources. General. American National Biography. New York, Oxford University Press, 2000. http www.anb.org. Bowman, John S., ed. The Cambridge Dictionary of American Biography. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1995. World Biographical Information System. Munich, Thomson Gale, N.D. http db.soar.de/wbis. Matthew, H.C.G., and Brian Howard Harrison, eds. Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, in association with the British Academy, from the earliest times to the year 2000. New York, Oxford University Press, 2004. Also at http www.oxforddnb.com. Jackson, Kenneth T., Karen Marco, and Arnie Marco, eds. The Scribner. Encyclopedia of American Lives. 8-volume covering 1981-2008. New York. Charles Scribner's Sons, 1998-2010. Lagasse, Paul, ed. The Columbia Encyclopedia. 6th ed. New York. Columbia University Press, 2008. New Encyclopedia Britannica. 16th ed. 32 volume. Chicago, Encyclopedia Britannica, 2010. Also at http www.britannica.com. Abbott, Andrew Delano. Digital Paper, a Manual for Research and Writing with Library and Internet Materials. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2014. Bally, Robert, ed. Guide to Reference Books. 11th ed. Chicago, American Library Association, 1996. Hacker, Diana and Barbara Pfister. Research and Documentation in the Digital Age, with 2016 MLA Update. 6th ed. Boston, Bedford/St. Martins. 2016. Kane, Eileen and Mary O'Reilly D. Brunn. Doing Your Own Research. London, Marion Boyars, 2001. Kieft, Robert, ed. Guide to Reference. Chicago, American Library Association, 2008-16. Lipson, Charles. Doing Honest Work in College, How to prepare citations, avoid plagiarism, and achieve real academic success. 2nd ed. Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 2008. Mann, Thomas. Oxford Guide to Library Research. 4th ed. New York. Oxford University Press, 2015. Reference Universe. Sterling, V.A., Paratext, 2002. http://refuniversity.otissi.com. Rowley, Jennifer, and John Farrow. Organizing Knowledge, an Introduction to Managing Access to Information. 4th ed. Aldershot. Hampshire, UK, Ashgate Publishing, 2008. Sears, Jean L., and Marilyn K. Moody. Using Government Information. Sources, electronic and print. 3rd ed. Phoenix, Oryx Press, 2001. Alternative Press Index. Chicago, Alternative Press Center, Ipswich, Ma. EBSCO Publishing, 1969. https://www.ebscohost.com/academic/ Alternative Press Index. Bibliographic Index Plus. Ipswich, Ma. EBSCO Publishing, Bronx, H.W. Wilson, 2003. Book Review Digest Plus. New York, H.W. Wilson, Ipswich, Ma. EBSCO Publishing, 2002. http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. Book Review Digest Retrospective, 1903-1982, H.W. Wilson. Bronx, H. W. Wilson Co., Ipswich, Ma. EBSCO Publishing, 2011. http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. Book Review Index. Detroit, Gale Research, 1965. Also at http://www.gale.com. Books in print. New Providence, N.J., R.R. Boker, 2011. Also at http://www.booksinprint.com. Brigham, Clarence S. History and Bibliography of American Newspapers. 1690-1820. 2 volume. Westport, C.T., Greenwood Press, 1976. Conference Papers Index. Bethesda, M.D., Cambridge Scientific Abstracts. 1978. Farber, Evan IRA, ed. Combined Retrospective Index to Book Reviews in Scholarly Journals, 1886-1974. 15 volume. Arlington, VA, Carrollton Press. 1979-82. Gregory, Winifred, ed. American Newspapers, 1821-1936, a Union list of files available in the United States and Canada. New York, H.W. Wilson. 1937. Kirkus Reviews. New York, Kirkus Media, 1933. Also at http://www.kirkusreviews.com. National Newspaper Index. Menlo Park, CA, Information Access, 1982. 2011. Newspapers in Microform. Washington, D.C., Library of Congress, 1948-83. Also at https://www.loc.gov/. New York Times Index. New York, New York Times, 1913. Periodicals Index Online. Ann Arbor, Me, ProQuest Information and Learning, 1990. http://piracus.com/pio. Poole, William Frederick and William Isaac Fletcher. Poole's Index to Periodical Literature. Revelation ed. Gloucester, Ma, Peter Smith, 1971. Popular Periodical Index. Camden, N.J., Rutgers University, 1973-93. Reader's Guide to Periodical Literature, H. W. Wilson. Ipswich, Ma. EBSCO Publishing, 2003. http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. Reference Books Bulletin. Chicago, American Library Association, 1989. Also at http://www.ala.org/offices/reference books bulletin. Serials Review. New York, Taylor and Francis, 1975-2013. Also at http://www.science-direct.com/science/journal/00987913. Subject Guide to Books in Print. New York, R. R. Boker, 1957. Also at http://www.booksinprint.com. Bolker, Joan. Writing Your Dissertation in 15 Minutes a Day, A Guide to Starting, Revising, and Finishing Your Doctoral Thesis. New York, H. Holt, 1998. Cruz, Kenneth D. Copyright Law and Graduate Research, New Media. New Rights, and Your Dissertation. Ann Arbor, Me, UMI, 2002. Eco, Umberto. How to Write a Thesis. Translated by Katerina Mungiat. Farina and Jeff Farina. Cambridge, Ma, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, 2015. Few, Stephen. Show Me the Numbers, Designing Tables and Graphs to Enlighten. Burlingame, CA, Analytics Press, 2012. Miller, Jane E. The Chicago Guide to Writing About Numbers. 2nd ed. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2015. Sternberg, David. How to Complete and Survive a Doctoral Dissertation. New York, Street. Martins Griffin, 1981. Strunk, William, and E. B. White. The Elements of Style. 50th Anniversary. Ed. New York, Pearson Longman, 2009. Williams, Joseph M. and Joseph Bishop. Style, Lessons in Clarity and Grace. 11th ed. Boston, Pearson Longman, 2014. The Chicago Manual of Style. 17th ed. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2017. Also at http://www.chicagomanualofstyle.org. Visual representation of data, tables, figures, posters, etc. Harris, Robert L. Information Graphics, a comprehensive illustrated. Reference. New York, Oxford University Press, 2000. Cleveland, William S. The Elements of Graphing Data. Revelation ed. Summit. N.J., Hobart Press, 1994. Cleveland, William S. Visualizing Data. Summit, N.J., Hobart Press, 1993. Monmonier, Mark. Mapping It Out, Expository Cartography for the Humanities and Social Sciences. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 1993. Tufte, Edward R. Envisioning Information. Cheshire, C.T., Graphics, 1990. Tufte, Edward R. The Visual Display of Quantitative Information. 2nd ed. Cheshire, C.T., Graphics Press, 2001. Tufte, Edward R. Visual and Statistical Thinking, Displays of Evidence for Making Decisions. Cheshire, C.T., Graphics Press, 1997. Weiner, Howard. Visual Revelations, Graphical Tales of Fate and Deception from Napoleon Bonaparte to Ross Perot. New York, Psychology Press, 2014. Alley, Michael. The Craft of Scientific Presentations, Critical Steps to Succeed and Critical Errors to Avoid. 2nd ed. New York, Springer, 2013. Briscoe, Mary Helen. Preparing Scientific Illustrations, A Guide to Better Posters, Presentations, and Publications. 2nd ed. New York, Springer. 1996. Esposito, Mona K. Marshall and Frederica L. Stoller. Poster Sessions by Experts in New Ways in Content-Based Instruction, edited by Donna M. Brinton and Peter Master, 115-18. Alexandria, VA, Teachers of English to Speakers of Other Languages, 1997. Koslin, Stephen M. Elements of Graph Design. New York, W.H. Freeman, 1994. Larkin, Greg. Storyboarding, a concrete way to generate effective visuals. Journal of Technical Writing and Communication 26, No. 3. 1996, to 7389. Nicole, Adelheid A.M., and Penny M. Pexman. Displaying Your Findings. A practical guide for creating figures, posters, and presentations. 6th ed. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association, 2010. Nicole, Adelheid A.M., and Penny M. Pexman. Presenting Your Findings, A Practical Guide for Creating Tables. 6th ed. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association, 2010. Rice University, Kane Project in Engineering and Professional Communication. Designing Scientific and Engineering Posters 2003. http://www.oulnet.rice.edu/kaneproj/ih_posters html. Robbins, Naomi B. Creating More Effective Graphs. New York, John Wiley & Sons, 2005. Paperback reprint, Houston, TX, Chart House, 2013. Ross, Ted. The Art of Music Engraving and Processing, a complete manual, reference, and textbook on preparing music for reproduction and print. Miami, Hansen Books, 1970. Zweifel, Francis W. A Handbook of Biological Illustration. 2nd ed. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1988. CBE Scientific Illustration Committee. Illustrating Science, Standards for Publication. Bethesda, MD, Council of Biology Editors, 1988. Humanities. General. Hornblower, Simon and Anthony Spawforth, eds. The Oxford Classical Dictionary. 4th ed. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2012. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Murphy, Bruce, ed. Bennett's Reader's Encyclopedia. 5th ed. New York. HarperCollins, 2008. Kirkham, Sandy. How to Find Information in the Humanities. London. Library Association, 1989. Arts and Humanities Citation Index. Philadelphia, Institute for Scientific Information, 1976. Compact Disc ed. 1994. Also at http://science.thomsonreuters.com/mjl. Blazek, Ron and Elizabeth Aversa. The Humanities, A Selective Guide to Information Sources. 5th ed. Englewood, Co., Libraries Unlimited, 2000. British Humanities Index. London, Library Association, Bethesda, MD. Cambridge Scientific Abstracts, 1963. Also at http://www.piracus.com. Hartsfeld, Lois A. Periodical Indexes in the Social Sciences and Humanities, A Subject Guide. Metuchen, N.J., Scarecrow Press, 1978. An Index to Book Reviews in the Humanities. Williamston, Me, P. Thompson. 1960-90. Index to Social Sciences and Humanities Proceedings. Philadelphia. Institute for Scientific Information, 1979. Also at http://wacinfo.com. L'Année Philologique. Paris, Belles Lettres, 1928. Also at http://www.annee-philologique.com. Walford's Guide to Reference Material. Volume 3, Gener Alia, Language and Literature, the Arts, edited by Anthony Chowcraft, Ray Prithurch, and Stephen Willis. 8th ed. London, Library Association, 2000. Northey, Margot, and Maurice Legris. Making Sense in the Humanities, A Student's Guide to Writing and Style. Toronto, Oxford University Press. 1990. Art. Chilvers, Ian, ed. The Oxford Dictionary of Art and Artists. 5th ed. Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2015. https://doi.org/101093/acref/ 9780191782763.001.0001. Myers, Bernard L., and Truan Copplestone, eds. The Macmillan Encyclopedia of Art. Revelation ed. London, Basing-Macmillan, 1981. Myers, Bernard S., and Shirley D. Myers, eds. McGraw-Hill Dictionary of Art. 5-volume. New York, McGraw-Hill, 1969. Oxford Art Online. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2007. http://www.oxfordartonline.com. Oxford Reference Online, Art and Architecture. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2002. http://www.oxfordreference.com. Sorensen, Lee. Dictionary of Art Historians. Durham, N.C., Duke University Press. http://www.dictionaryofarthistorians.org. Myers, Bernard S., ed. Encyclopedia of World Art. 17-volume. New York. McGraw-Hill, 1959-87. Arnson, Etta, and Robert Rainwater. Guide to the Literature of Art History. Chicago, American Library Association, 1980. Jones, Lois Swan. Art Information and the Internet, How to Find It, How to Use IT. Phoenix, Oryx Press, 1999. Jones, Lois Swan. Art Information, Research Methods and Resources. 3rd ed. Dubuque, IA, Kendall/Hunt, 1994. Marmor, Max, and Alex Ross. Guide to the Literature of Art History 2. Chicago, American Library Association, 2005. Minor, Vernon Hyde. Art History's History. 2nd ed. Upper Saddle River. N.J., Prentice Hall, London, Pearson Education Distributor, 2000. Art Abstracts, H. W. Wilson. Ipswich, Ma, EBSCO Publishing, 1990s. http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. Art Index, H. W. Wilson. Ipswich, Ma, EBSCO Publishing, 1990s. http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. Art Index Retrospective, 1929-1984, H. W. Wilson. Ipswich, Ma, EBSCO. Publishing, 1990s. http www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. International Bibliography of Art. Los Angeles, J. Paul Getty Trust, N. Arbor, Me, ProQuest CSA, 2008. http www.piracus.com. Barnett, Sylvan. A Short Guide to Writing About Art. 11th ed. Upper Saddle. River, N.J., Prentice Hall, 2015. History. Cook, Chris. A Dictionary of Historical Terms. 3rd ed. Hound Mills, UK. Macmillan, 1998. Ritter, Harry. Dictionary of Concepts in History. Westport, CT, Greenwood. Press, 1986. Bjork, Robert E., ed. The Oxford Dictionary of the Middle Ages. 4 volume. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2010. Brasach, Ernst. Historiography, Ancient, Medieval, and Modern. 3rd ed. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2007. The Cambridge Ancient History. 14 volume. Cambridge, Cambridge. University Press, 1970-2005. Also at http://histories.cambridge.org. Grandieller, Paul F., ed. Encyclopedia of the Renaissance. 6 volume. New York. Scribners, 1999. Hillerbrand, Hans J., ed. The Oxford Encyclopedia of the Reformation. 4 volume. New York, Oxford University Press, 1996. The New Cambridge Medieval History. 7 volume. Cambridge, Cambridge. University Press, 1995-2005. The New Cambridge Modern History. 14 volume. Cambridge, Cambridge. University Press, 1957-90. Benjamin, Jules R. A Student's Guide to History. 13th ed. Boston, Bedford/Street. Martins, 2016. Bentley, Michael, ed. Companion to Historiography. London, Routledge. 1997. Brundage, Anthony. Going to the Sources, A Guide to Historical Research and Writing. 5th ed. Chichester, UK, Wiley Blackwell, 2013. Frick, Elizabeth. History, Illustrated Search Strategy and Sources. 2nd ed. Ann Arbor, Me, Pyrian Press, 1995. Fritz, Ronald H., Brian E. Kautz, and Louis Andrew Vinanek. Reference. Sources in History, An Introductory Guide. 2nd ed. Santa Barbara, CA. ABC Clio, 2004. Higginbotham, Evelyn Brooks, Leon F. Litwack, and Darlene Clark Hine. eds. The Harvard Guide to African American History. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 2001. Kivig, David E. and Myron A. Marty. Nearby History, Exploring the Past. Around You. 3rd ed. Walnut Creek, CA, Altamira Press, 2010. Norton, Mary Beth, and Pamela Girardi, eds. The American Historical Association's Guide to Historical Literature. 3rd ed. 2 volume. New York. Oxford University Press, 1995. Prucha, Francis Paul. Handbook for Research in American History, A. Guide to Bibliographies and Other Reference Works. 2nd ed. Reverend. Lincoln. University of Nebraska Press, 1996. America, History and Life. Ipswich, Ma, EBSCO Publishing, 1990s. http://www.ebscohost.com/academic. Blazek, Ron, and Anna H. Perot. United States History, A Multicultural, Interdisciplinary Guide to Information Sources. 2nd ed. Westport, CT. Libraries Unlimited, 2003. Danke, James Phillip, and Maureen E. Hattie. African American Newspapers and Periodicals, A National Bibliography. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1998. Historical Abstracts. Ipswich, Ma, EBSCO Publishing, 1990s. http://www.ebscohost.com Academic. Kinnell, Susan K., ed. Historiography, an annotated bibliography of journal articles, books, and dissertations. 2 volume. Santa Barbara, CA. ABC Clio, 1987. Mott, Frank Luther. A History of American Magazines. 5 volume. Cambridge. Ma, Harvard University Press, 1930-68. Barzun, Jacques, and Henry F. Groff. The Modern Researcher. 6th ed. Belmont, CA, Thomson/Wadsworth, 2004. Marius, Richard, and Melvin E. Page. A Short Guide to Writing About History. 9th ed. New York, Pearson Longman, 2015. Literary Studies. Abrams, M.H., and Jeffrey Galt Harpham. A Glossary of Literary Terms. 11th ed. Boston, Wadsworth Cengage Learning, 2015. Baldock, Chris, ed. The Concise Oxford Dictionary of Literary Terms. 4th ed. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2015. Brogan, Terry V.F., ed. The New Princeton Handbook of Poetic Terms. Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1994. Green, Roland, and Stephen Cushman, ed. Princeton Handbook of Poetic Terms. Princeton, N.J., Princeton 2016. Groton, Michael, Martin Creasworth, and Imre Zaman, eds. The Johns Hopkins Guide to Literary Theory and Criticism. 2nd ed. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 2005. Also at http://litguide.press.jhu.edu. Birch, Dinah, ed. The Oxford Companion to English Literature. 7th ed. New York, Oxford University Press, 2009. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Hart, James D., and Philip W. Leininger, eds. The Oxford Companion to American Literature. 7th ed. New York, Oxford University Press, 2009. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Lentrichia, Frank, and Thomas McLaughlin, eds. Critical Terms for Literary Study. 2nd ed. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1995. Perini, J., ed. The Oxford Encyclopedia of American Literature. 4-volume. New York, Oxford University Press, 2004. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Ward, Sir Adolphus William, A. R. Waller, William Peter Old Trent, John Erskine, Stuart Pratt Sherman, and Carl Van Doren. The Cambridge History of English and American Literature, an encyclopedia in 18 volumes. New York, G. P. Putnam Sons, 1907-21. Bartleby.com, 2000. At http://www.bartleby.com/Cambridge. Aldick, Richard Daniel, and John J. Fenstermaker. The Art of Literary Research. 4th ed. New York, W. W. Norton, 1993. Harner, James L. Literary Research Guide, an annotated listing of reference sources in English Literary Studies. 6th ed. New York, Modern Language Association of America, 2014. Clara, Mario. An Introduction to Literary Studies. 2nd ed. London. Routledge, 2004. Vital, Philip H. Basic Tools of Research, an annotated guide for students of English. 3rd ed. Reverend and N. Listed. New York, Barron's Educational Series. 1975. Abstracts of English Studies. Boulder, Co., National Council of Teachers of English, 1958-91. Reprint, Newcastle, D., Oak Knoll Press, 2003. Also at http://catalog.hathittrust.org/record/0005218112. Blank, Jacob, Virginia L. Smyers, and Michael Winship. Bibliography of American Literature. 9-volume. New Haven, CT, Yale University Press, 1955. 91. Also at http://collections.chadwick.co.uk. Index of American Periodical Verse. Metuchen, N.J., Scarecrow Press, 1971. 2006. MLA International Bibliography. New York, Modern Language Association of America. https://www.mla.org/publications/MLA International. Bibliography. Barnett, Sylvan, and William E. Kane. A Short Guide to Writing About Literature. 12th ed. New York, Longman/Pearson, 2011. Griffith, Kelly. Writing Essays About Literature, A Guide and Style Sheet. 9th ed. Boston, Wadsworth Engage Learning, 2014. MLA Handbook for Writers of Research Papers. 8th ed. New York, Modern Language Association of America, 2016. Music. Oxford Music Online. New York, Oxford University Press, 2001. Includes Grove Music Online. http://www.oxfordmusiconline.com. Randall, Don Michael, ed. The Harvard Dictionary of Music. 4th ed. Cambridge, Ma. Belknap Press of Harvard University Press, 2003. Sadie, Stanley, and John Tyrrell, eds. The New Grove Dictionary of Music and Musicians. 2nd ed. 29 volume. New York, Grove, 2001. Also at http://www.oxfordmusiconline.com, as part of Grove Music Online. Nettie, Bruno, Ruth M. Stone, James Porter, and Timothy Rice, eds. The Garland Encyclopedia of World Music. 10 volume. New York, Garland, 1998. 2013. Also at http://alexanderstreet.com. Brockman, William S. Music, A Guide to the Reference Literature. Littleton, Co., Libraries Unlimited, 1987. Duckles, Vincent H., Ida Reed, and Michael A. Keller, eds. Music. Reference and Research Materials, an Annotated Bibliography. 5th ed. New York, Schirmer Books, 1997. The Music Index. Ipswich, Ma. EBSCO Publishing, 2000s. http://www.ebscohost.com/academic. RILM Abstracts of Music Literature. New York, RILM, 1967. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com/academic. Drusdo, John E., Jr. Library Research Guide to Music, Illustrated. Search Strategy and Sources. Ann Arbor, Me, Pyrian Press, 1982. Herbert, Trevor. Music in Words, A Guide to Researching and Writing About Music. 2nd ed. London, ABRSM, 2012. Winchell, Richard. Writing About Music, An Introductory Guide. 4th ed. Upper Saddle River, N.J., Pearson Prentice Hall, 2009. Bellman, Jonathan. A Short Guide to Writing About Music. 2nd ed. New York, Pearson Longman, 2006. Holloman, D. Kern. Writing about music, a style sheet. 3rd ed. Berkeley. University of California Press, 2014. Philosophy. Blackburn, Simon. The Oxford Dictionary of Philosophy. 3rd ed. Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2016. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Wellington, Jean Susorny. Dictionary of Bibliographic Abbreviations. Found in the Scholarship of Classical Studies and Related Disciplines. Revelation. ed. Westport, C.T., Praeger, 2004. Borkert, Donald, ed. The Encyclopedia of Philosophy. 8 volumes 2nd ed. Detroit, Macmillan Reference USA, 2006. Craig, Edward, ed. Routledge Encyclopedia of Philosophy. 10 volume. New York, Routledge, 1998. Also at http://www.rep.routledge.com. Parkinson, George H. R. The Handbook of Western Philosophy. New York. Macmillan, 1988. Scrift, Alan D., ed. The History of Continental Philosophy. 8 volume. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2010. Urmson, J.O., and Jonathan Rhee, eds. The Concise Encyclopedia of Western Philosophy and Philosophers. 3rd ed. London, Routledge, 2005. Zalta, Edward N. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Stanford, CA. Stanford University, 1997. http://plato.stanford.edu. List, Charles J. and Stephen H. Plum. Library Research Guide to Philosophy. Ann Arbor, Me, Pyrian Press, 1990. Bowerget, David and David Chalmers, eds. Phil Papers. London, Institute of Philosophy at the University of London, 2008. Also at http://philpapers.org. L'Année philologique. Paris, Belles Lettres, 1928. Also at http://annee-philologique.com. The Philosopher's Index. Bowling Green, O. Philosopher's Information Center, 1968. Also at http://philiindex.org. Watson, Richard A. Writing Philosophy, A Guide to Professional Writing and Publishing. Carbondale, Southern Illinois University Press, 1992. Martinich, A.P. Philosophical Writing, An Introduction. 4th ed. Malden. Ma, Wiley Blackwell, 2015. Social Sciences. General. Calhoun, Craig, ed. Dictionary of the Social Sciences. New York, Oxford. University Press, 2002. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Statistical Abstract of the United States. Washington, D.C., U.S. Census Bureau, 1878-2011. Also at https://www.census.gov/library/publications/ time series /statistical_abstracts HTML. Darity, William, ed. International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences. 2nd. ed. 9 volume. Detroit, Macmillan, 2008. Heron, Nancy L., ed. The Social Sciences, a Cross-Disciplinary Guide to Selected Sources. 3rd ed. Englewood, Co., Libraries Unlimited, 2002. Light, Richard J. and David B. Pillemer. Summing Up, The Science of Reviewing Research. Cambridge, Ma., Harvard University Press, 1984. Yen, Else, ed. Comparative Methodology, Theory and Practice in International Social Research. London, Sage, 1990. Bibliography of Social Science Research and Writings on American Indians. Compiled by Russell Thornton and Mary K. Grasmick. Minneapolis, Center for Urban and Regional Affairs, University of Minnesota, 1979. Book Review Index to Social Science Periodicals. 4 volume. Ann Arbor, Me. Pyrian Press, 1978-81. Communication and Mass Media Complete. Ipswich, Ma., EBSCO. Publishing, 2004. https://www.ebscohost.com/wilson/CRIS, the combined retrospective index set to journals in sociology. 1895-1974. With an introduction and user's guide by Evan I. Farber. Executive Editor, Annadelle N. Weil, Assistant Editor, Deborah Purcell. Washington, D.C., Carrollton Press, 1978. Current Contents, Social and Behavioral Sciences. Philadelphia, Institute for Scientific Information, 1974. Also at http://science.thomsonreuters.com/mjl/scope/scope_ccsbs. Document Retrieval Index. U.S. Department of Justice, Law Enforcement. Assistance Administration, National Institute of Law Enforcement and Criminal Justice, 1978. Microche. Grossman, Jorge. Indus General de Publicaciones Periódicas Latinoamericanas, Humanidades y Ciencias Sociales/Index to Latin. American Periodicals, Humanities and Social Sciences. Metuchen, N.J. Scarecrow Press, 1961-70. Hartsfeld, Lois A. Periodical Indexes in the Social Sciences and Humanities, a Subject Guide. Metuchen, N.J., Scarecrow Press, 1978. Index of African Social Science Periodical Articles. Dakar, Senegal. Council for the Development of Economic and Social Research in Africa. 1989. Index to Social Sciences and Humanities Proceedings. Philadelphia. Institute for Scientific Information, 1979. Also at http://science.thomsonreuters.com/mjl/scope/sc/cpci-ssh. Lester, Ray, ed. The New Walford. Volume 2, The Social Sciences. London. Facet, 2008. Pays International in print. New York, OCLC Public Affairs Information Service, 1991. Also at http://www.piracus.com. Social Sciences Citation Index. Philadelphia, Institute for Scientific Information, 1969. Also at http://wacinfo.com. Social Sciences Index. New York, H. W. Wilson, 1974. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson, as Social Science Abstracts. Becker, Howard S. Writing for Social Scientists, How to Start and Finish Your Thesis, Book, or Article. 2nd ed. Chicago, University of Chicago. Press, 2007. Bell, Judith, and Stephen Waters. Doing Your Research Project, A Guide for First-Time Researchers in Education, Health, and Social Science. 6th ed. Reverend. Maidenhead, UK, McGraw-Hill Open University Press, 2014. Krathwohl, David R., and Nick L. Smith. How to Prepare a Dissertation. Proposal, Suggestions for Students in Education and the Social and Behavioral Sciences. Syracuse, New York, Syracuse University Press, 2005. Northey, Margot, Lorne Tepperman, and Patricia Albanese. Making Sense. A Student's Guide to Research and Writing, Social Sciences. 6th ed. Don Mills, on, Oxford University Press, 2015. Anthropology. Barold, Thomas, ed. The Dictionary of Anthropology. 13th Prince. Malden. Ma, Blackwell, 2009. Winthrop, Robert H. Dictionary of Concepts in Cultural Anthropology. New York, Greenwood Press, 1991. Barnard, Allen, and Jonathan Spencer, eds. Routledge Encyclopedia of Social and Cultural Anthropology. 2nd ed. London, Routledge, 2012. Ember, Melvin, Carol R. Ember, and Ian A. Skoggard, eds. Encyclopedia of World Cultures, Supplement. New York, Gale Group/Thomson Learning. 2002. Ingold, Tim, ed. Companion Encyclopedia of Anthropology, Humanity, Culture, and Social Life. London, Routledge, 2007. Levinson, David, ed. Encyclopedia of World Cultures. 10 volume. Boston, G. K. Hall, 1991-96. Levinson, David, and Melvin Ember, eds. Encyclopedia of Cultural Anthropology. 4-volume. New York, Henry Holt, 1997. Bernard H. Russell. Research Methods in Anthropology, Qualitative and Quantitative Approaches. 5th ed. Langham, M.D., Altamira Press, 2011. Bernard H. Russell, ed. Handbook of Methods in Cultural Anthropology. Walnut Creek, C.A., Altamira Press, 2000. Current Topics in Anthropology, Theory, Methods, and Content. 8-volume. Reading, Ma, Addison Wesley, 1971-75. Glenn, James R. Guide to the National Anthropological Archives. Smithsonian Institution. Revelation and Enlisted ed. Washington, D.C., National Anthropological Archives, 1996. Revised and amended, as Guide to the Collections of the National Anthropological Archives, at http://anthropology.si.edu/na/guide/_toc.htm. Pogge, John J., Jr., Billy R. Dualt, and William W. Dressler, eds. Anthropological Research, Process and Application. Albany, State University of New York Press, 1992. Abstracts in Anthropology. Amityville, New York, Baywood Publishing, 1970. Also at http://anthropology.metapress.com. Annual Review of Anthropology. Palo Alto, CA, Annual Reviews Incorporated. 1972. Also at http://www.annualreviews.org/journal/anthro. The Urban Portal. Chicago, University of Chicago Urban Network. http://urban.uchicago.edu. Business. Friedman, Jack P. Dictionary of Business Terms. 4th ed. Hauppauge, New York. Barron's Educational Series, 2012. Link, Albert N. Link's International Dictionary of Business Economics. Chicago, Probus, 1993. Nisberg, J.N. The Random House Dictionary of Business Terms. New York, Random House, 1992. Weekman, Jack G. and Lawrence Erdong, eds. NTC's Dictionary of Advertising. 2nd ed. Lincolnwood, Illinois, National Textbook, 1993. Folsom, W. Davis, and Stacia N. Van Dyne, eds. Encyclopedia of American Business. Revelation ed. 2-volume. New York, Facts on File, 2011. Also at http://www.infobasepublishing.com. The Lifestyle Market Analyst, a reference guide for consumer market analysis. Wilmette, Illinois, Standard Rate and Data Service, 1989-2008. McDonough, John and Karen Egolf, eds. The Advertising Age. Encyclopedia of Advertising. 3-volume. New York, Fitzroy Dearborn, 2003. Vernon, Mark. Business, The Key Concepts. New York, Routledge, 2002. Warner, Malcolm and John P. Cotter, eds. International Encyclopedia of Business and Management. 2nd ed. 8 volume. London, Thomson Learning. 2002. Bryman, Alan and Emma Bell. Business Research Methods. 4th ed. New York, Oxford University Press, 2015. Daniels, Lorna M. Business Information Sources. 3rd ed. Berkeley. University of California Press, 1993. Moss, Rita W. and David G. Ernsthausen. Strauss's Handbook of Business Information, a guide for librarians, students, and researchers. 3rd ed. Westport, CT, Libraries Unlimited, 2012. Sakharin, UMA, and Roger Bougie. Research Methods for Business, a Skill Building Approach. 7th ed. New York, John Wiley & Sons, 2016. Woy, James B., ed. Encyclopedia of Business Information Sources. 33rd ed. 2 volume. Detroit, Gale Cengage Learning, 2016. Business Periodicals Index. New York, H. W. Wilson, 1958. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com/academic, as Business Periodicals Index. Retrospective. Farrell, Thomas J. and Charlotte Donabadian. Writing the Business Research Paper, A Complete Guide. Durham, N.C., Carolina Academic Press, 1991. Vetter, William. Business Law, Legal Research and Writing, Handbook. Needham Heights, Ma. Ginn Press, 1991. Yellen, Andrea and Hope Viner Somborn. The Legal Research and Writing Handbook, A Basic Approach for Paralegals. New York, Aspen Publishers. 2009. Communication, Journalism and Media Studies. Horak, Ray. Webster's New World Telecom Dictionary. Indianapolis, Wiley. Technology, 2008. Miller, Toby, ed. Television, Critical Concepts in Media and Cultural Studies. London, Routledge, 2003. Newton, Harry. Newton's Telecom Dictionary. 30th ed. New York, Telecom Publishing, 2016. Watson, James and Ann Hill. A Dictionary of Communication and Media Studies. 9th ed. New York, Bloomsbury Academic, 2015. Week, Martin H. Communications Standard Dictionary. 3rd ed. New York. Chapman and Hall, 1996. Barneau, Eric, ed. International Encyclopedia of Communications. 4 volume. New York, Oxford University Press, 1989. Johnston, Donald H., ed. Encyclopedia of International Media and Communications. 4 volume. San Diego, CA, Academic Press, 2003. Jones, Steve, ed. Encyclopedia of New Media, an essential reference to communication and technology. Thousand Oaks, C.A., Sage, 2003. Stern, Jane and Michael Stern. Jane and Michael Stern's Encyclopedia of Pop Culture, an A to Z guide of who's who and what's what, from aerobics and bubblegum to Valley of the Dolls and Moon Unit Zappa. New York, Harper Perennial, 1992. Vaughan, Stephen L. Encyclopedia of American Journalism. New York. Routledge, 2008. Clark, Vivian, James Baker and Eileen Lewis. Key Concepts and Skills for Media Studies. London, Hodder and Stoughton, 2003. Stokes, Jane. How to Do Media and Cultural Studies. 2nd ed. London. Sage, 2012. Story, John. Cultural Studies and the Study of Popular Culture. 3rd ed. Edinburgh, Edinburgh University Press, 2010. Block, Eleanor S., and James K. Bracken. Communication and the Mass Media, A Guide to the Reference Literature. Englewood, Co., Libraries. Unlimited, 1991. Bloom, Eleanor and Francis Goins-Willoit. Mass Media Bibliography, an annotated guide to books and journals for research and reference. 3rd ed. Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1990. Cates, Joe A. Journalism, A Guide to the Reference Literature. 3rd ed. Westport, CT, Libraries Unlimited, 2004. CD Review. Hancock, N.H., WGE Publishing, 1989-96. Communications Abstracts. Los Angeles, Department of Journalism, University of California, Los Angeles, 1960. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com. Academic/Film Review Annual. Englewood, N.J., J.S. Ozer, 1981-2002. Motlon, Ronald J. and Sylvia P. Ortiz, eds. Index to Journals in Communication Studies through 1995. Annandale, VA, National Communication Association, 1997. Media Review Digest. Ann Arbor, Me, Pyrian Press, 1974-2006. New York Theater Critics Reviews. New York, Critics Theater Reviews. 1943-95. New York Times Directory of the Film. New York, Arno Press, 1971. Records in Review. Great Barrington, Ma, Wyeth Press, 1957. Sterling, Christopher H., James K. Bracken, and Susan M. Hill, eds. Mess. Communications Research Resources, an annotated guide. Mawa, N.J. Earl Baum, 1998. Christian, Darrell, Sally Jacobson and David Minthorn, eds. Associated Press Style Book and Bren on Media Law. Updated annually. New York. Associated Press. Also at http://www.apstylebook.com. Economics. Pierce, David W., ed. MIT Dictionary of Modern Economics. 4th ed. Cambridge, Ma, MIT Press, 1992. Durlauf, Stephen N. and Lawrence E. Bloom, eds. The New Palgrave. Dictionary of Economics. 8-volume 2nd ed. New York, Palgrave Macmillan. 2008. Also at http://www.dictionaryofelconomics.com/dictionary. Greenwald, Douglas, ed. The McGraw-Hill Encyclopedia of Economics. 2nd ed. New York, McGraw-Hill, 1994. Mokyr, Joel, ed. The Oxford Encyclopedia of Economic History. 5-volume. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2003. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Fletcher, John, ed. Information Sources in Economics. 2nd ed. London. Butterworths, 1984. Johnson, Glenn L. Research Methodology for Economists, Philosophy and Practice. New York, Macmillan, 1986. Journal of Economic Literature. Nashville, American Economic Association, 1969. Also at https://www.eweb.org/journals/gel. McCloskey, Deirdre N. Economical Writing. 2nd ed. Prospect Heights, Illinois. Waveland Press, 2000. Thomson, William. A Guide for the Young Economist. 2nd ed. Cambridge. Ma, MIT Press, 2011. Education. Barrow, Robin, and Jeffrey Milburn. A Critical Dictionary of Educational Concepts, an appraisal of selected ideas and issues in educational theory and practice. 2nd ed. New York, Harvester Wheatsheaf, 1990. Collins, John Williams, and Nancy P. O'Brien, eds. The Greenwood Dictionary of Education. 2nd ed. Santa Barbara, CA, Greenwood, 2011. Gordon, Peter, and Dennis Lawton. Dictionary of British Education. 3rd Reverend. ed. London, Woburn Press, 2003. Alkin, Marvin C., ed. Encyclopedia of Educational Research. 6th ed. 4-volume. New York, Macmillan, 1992. Guthrie, James W., ed. Encyclopedia of Education. 2nd ed. 8-volume. New York, Macmillan Reference USA, 2002. Levinson, David L., Peter W. Cookson Jr., and Alan R. Sadovnik, eds. Education and Sociology, an Encyclopedia. New York, Routledge Farmer. 2002. Peterson, Penelope, Eva Baker, and Barry McGaugh, eds. The International Encyclopedia of Education. 3rd ed. 8 volume. Oxford, Elsevier, 2010. Unger, Harlow G. Encyclopedia of American Education. 3rd ed. 3 volume. New York, Facts on File, 2007. Also at http://www.infobasepublishing.com. Bausel, R. Barker. Advanced Research Methodology, an Annotated Guide to Sources. Metuchen, N.J., Scarecrow Press, 1991. Heaves, John P., ed. Educational Research, Methodology, and Measurement, an International Handbook. 2nd ed. New York, Pergamon. 1997. Tuckman, Bruce W. and Brian E. Harper. Conducting Educational Research. 6th ed. Langham, M.D., Roman and Littlefield, 2012. Education Index. New York, H. W. Wilson, 1929. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson, as Education Index Retrospective, and Education Abstracts. ERIC Database. Langham, M.D., Educational Resources Information Center. 2004. http://www.eric.ed.gov. O'Brien, Nancy P. and Lois Butler. Education, A Guide to Reference and Information Sources. 2nd ed. Englewood, Co., Libraries Unlimited, 2000. Carver, Ronald P. Writing a Publishable Research Report, in Education, Psychology, and Related Disciplines. Springeld, Illinois, C. C. Thomas, 1984. Geography. With Eric, M. E., Simon Ross, and John Small. A Modern Dictionary of Geography. 4th ed. London, Arnold, 2001. The World Fact Book. Washington, D.C., Central Intelligence Agency. 1990 s. https://www.cia.gov/library/publications/The World Factbook/ Dunbar, Gary S. Modern Geography, an Encyclopedic Survey. New York. Garland, 1991. McCoy, John, ed. Geodata, The World Geographical Encyclopedia. 3rd ed. Detroit, Thomson/Gale, 2003. Also at http://www.gale.com. Parker, Sybil P., ed. World Geographical Encyclopedia. 5 volume. New York. McGraw-Hill, 1995. Historical GIs Clearinghouse and Forum. Washington, D.C., Association of American Geographers. http://www.og.org. Walford, Nigel. Geographical Data, Characteristics and Sources. New York, John Wiley & Sons, 2002. Kunzen, Michael P., Thomas A. Rumney, and Graham Wynne. A Scholars Guide to Geographical Writing on the American and Canadian Past. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1993. Current Geographical Publications. New York, American Geographical Society, 1938-2006. Geographical Abstracts. Norwich, UK, Geo Abstracts, 1966. Okuno, Takashi. A World Bibliography of Geographical Bibliographies. Tsukuba, Japan, Institute of Geoscience, University of Tsukuba, 1992. Durenberger, Robert W., John K. Wright, and Elizabeth T. Platt. Geographical Research and Writing. New York, Crowell, 1985. Northey, Margot, David B. Knight, and Diane Draper. Making Sense, A. Student's Guide to Research and Writing, Geography and Environmental Sciences. 6th ed. Don Mills, on, Oxford University Press, 2015. Law. Garner, Brian A., ed. Black's Law Dictionary. 10th ed. Street. Paul, M.N. Thomson/West, 2014. Law, Jonathan and Elizabeth A. Martin, eds. A Dictionary of Law. 8th ed. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2015. Richards, P.H., and L.B. Curzon. The Longman Dictionary of Law. 8th ed. New York, Pearson Longman, 2011. Baker, Brian L. and Patrick J. Petit, eds. Encyclopedia of Legal Information Sources. 2nd ed. Detroit, Gale Research, 1993. Corpus Juris Secundum. Brooklyn, American Law Book, Street. Paul, M.N. West, 1936. Gale Encyclopedia of American Law. 3rd ed. 14 volume. Detroit, Gale. Cengage Learning, 2011. Also at http://www.gale.cengage.com. Hall, Kermit and David Scott Clark, eds. The Oxford Companion to American Law. New York, Oxford University Press, 2002. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Patterson, Dennis M., ed. A Companion to Philosophy of Law and Legal Theory. Oxford, Blackwell, 1999. Campbell, Enid Mona, Lee Po York, and Joyce G. Tuher. Legal Research, Materials and Methods. 4th ed. North Ryde, Australia, LBC. Information Services, 1996. Online Legal Research, Beyond LexisNexis and Westlaw. Los Angeles. University of California. http://libguides.law.ucla.edu/online legal research. Current index to legal periodicals. Seattle, University of Washington Law Library, 1948. Also at http://lib.law.washington.edu/silp/silp.html. Current Law Index. Los Altos, CA, Information Access, Farmington Hills. Me, Gale Cengage Learning, 1980. Index to Legal Periodicals and Books. New York, H. W. Wilson, 1924. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. Bast, Carol M., and Margie Hawkins. Foundations of Legal Research and Writing. 5th ed. Clifton Park, New York, Delmar Cengage Learning, 2012. Garner, Brian A. The Elements of Legal Style. 2nd ed. New York, Oxford University Press, 2002. The Blue Book, A Uniform System of Citation. 20th ed. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard Law Review Association, 2015. Also at https://www.legalbluebook.com/. The Maroon Book, The University of Chicago Manual of Legal Citation. Chicago, University of Chicago, 2013. Political Science. Robertson, David. A Dictionary of Modern Politics. 4th ed. London. Routledge, 2007. The Almanac of American Politics. Washington, D.C., National Journal. 1972. Also at http://nationaljournal.com/almanac. Hawksworth, Mary E., and Maurice Kogan, eds. Encyclopedia of Government and Politics. 2nd ed. 2 volume. London, Routledge, 2004. Lowell, Shiv, ed. International Encyclopedia of Politics and Laws. 17 volume 5th ed. New Delhi, Election Archives, 1992. Miller, David, ed. The Blackwell Encyclopedia of Political Thought. Oxford, Blackwell, 2004. Green, Stephen W., and Douglas J. Ernest, eds. Information Sources of Political Science. 5th ed. Santa Barbara, CA, ABC Clio, 2005. Johnson, Janet Buttolph, and H. T. Reynolds. Political Science Research. Methods. 8th ed. Los Angeles, Congressional Quarterly Press, 2015. ABC Pol Sci. Santa Barbara, CA, ABC Clio, 1969-2000. Hardy, Gail J., and Judith Sheik Robinson. Subject Guide to U.S. Government Reference Sources. 2nd ed. Englewood, Co., Libraries. Unlimited, 1996. Pays International Journals Indexed. New York, Public Affairs Information Service, 1972. Also at http://www.piracus.com. United States Political Science Documents. Pittsburgh, University of Pittsburgh, University Center for International Studies, 1975-91. Worldwide Political Science Abstracts. Bethesda, M.D., Cambridge. Scientific Abstracts, 1976. Also at http://www.piracast.com. Biddle, Arthur W., Kenneth M. Holland, and Toby Fulweiler. Writer's Guide. Political Science. Lexington, Ma, D.C. Heath, 1987. Lavak-Manti, Mika, and Danielle Lavak-Manti. Writing in Political Science, A Brief Guide. New York, Oxford University Press, 2016. Lovell, David W., and Rhonda Moore. Essay Writing and Style Guide for Politics and the Social Sciences. Revelation ed. Canberra, Australasian Political Studies Association, 1993. Schmidt, Diane E. Writing in Political Science, A Practical Guide. 4th ed. Boston, Longman, 2010. Scott, Gregory M., and Stephen M. Garrison. The Political Science Student. Writer's Manual. 7th ed. Boston, Pearson, 2012. American Political Science Association. APSA Style Manual for Political Science. Revelation ed. Washington, D.C., American Political Science Association. 2006 http://www.apsa.org/les/apsa-style-manual 12006 PDF. Psychology. Coleman, Andrew M. A Dictionary of Psychology. 4th ed. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2015. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Eisenk, Michael W., ed. The Blackwell Dictionary of Cognitive Psychology. Oxford, Blackwell, 1997. Hayes, Nikki, and Peter Stratton. A Student's Dictionary of Psychology. 4th ed. London, Arnold, 2003. Wellman, Benjamin B., ed. Dictionary of Behavioral Science. 2nd ed. San Diego, CA, Academic Press, 1989. Coleman, Andrew M., ed. Companion Encyclopedia of Psychology. 2 volume. London, Routledge, 1997. Craighead, W. Edward, Charles B. Nemiroff, and Raymond J. Corsini, eds. The Corsini Encyclopedia of Psychology and Behavioral Science. 4th ed. 4 volume. New York, John Wiley & Sons, 2010. Kazdan, Alan E., ed. Encyclopedia of Psychology. 8 volume. Washington, D.C. American Psychological Association, Oxford, Oxford University Press. 2000. Wiener, Irving B. and W. Edward Craighead, eds. The Corsini Encyclopedia of Psychology. 4th ed. 4 volume. Hoboken, N.J., Wiley, 2010. Breakwell, Glynis M., Sean Hammond, Chris Fife Shaw, and Jonathan A. Smith. Research Methods in Psychology. 4th ed. London, Sage, 2012. Elms, David G., Barry H. Kantowitz, and Henry L. Roediger III. Research. Methods in Psychology. 9th ed. Belmont, C.A., Wadsworth Cengage. Learning, 2012. Reed, Jeffrey G., and Pam M. Baxter. Library Use, A Handbook for Psychology. 3rd ed. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. 2003. Shaughnessy, John J., Eugene B. Zechmeister, and Jean S. Zechmeister. Research Methods in Psychology. 10th ed. Boston, McGraw-Hill, 2014. Wilson, Christopher. Research Methods in Psychology, An Introductory Laboratory Manual. Dubuque, IA, Kendall Hunt, 1990. Annual Review of Psychology. Palo Alto, CA, Annual Reviews, 1950. Also at http://journals.annualreviews.org/journal/psych. APAPSYCNET. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. 1990s. http://www.apa.org/pubs/databases/psycnet. NASPSPA Abstracts. Champaign, Illinois, Human Kinetics Publishers, 1990s. Also at http://journals.humankinetics.com. PubMed. Bethesda, MD, U.S. National Library of Medicine. http://www.ncbi.nlm.nih.gov/pubmed. Science Citation Index. Philadelphia, Institute for Scientific Information. 1961. Also at http://wacinfo.com. Solomon, Paul R. A Student's Guide to Research Report Writing in Psychology. Glenview, Illinois, Scott Forsman, 1985. Sternberg, Robert J., and Karin Sternberg. The Psychologist's Companion. A Guide to Writing Scientific Papers for Students and Researchers. 6th ed. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2016. Publication Manual of the American Psychological Association. 6th ed. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association, 2009. Religion. Boker, John, ed. The Concise Oxford Dictionary of World Religions. New. ed. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2007. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Pye, Michael, ed. Continuum Dictionary of Religion. New York. Continuum, 1994. Cesari, Jocelyn. Encyclopedia of Islam in the United States. London. Greenwood Press, 2007. Friedman, David Noel, ed. The Anchor Yale Bible Dictionary. 6 volume. New Haven, CT, Yale University Press, 2008. Jones, Lindsay, ed. Encyclopedia of Religion. 2nd ed. 15 volume. Detroit. Macmillan Reference USA, 2005. Martin, Richard C., ed. Encyclopedia of Islam and the Muslim World. 2. Volume. New York, Macmillan Reference USA, 2003. Routledge Encyclopedias of Religion and Society, Series. New York. Routledge. Skolnick, Fred, and Michael Birnbaum, eds. Encyclopedia Judaica. 2nd. ed. 22 volume. Detroit, Macmillan Reference USA, 2007. Kennedy, James R., Jr. Library Research Guide to Religion and Theology. Illustrated Search Strategy and Sources. 2nd ed., Reverend. Ann Arbor, Me. Pyrian, 1984. Brown, David, and Richard Swinburne. A Selective Bibliography of the Philosophy of Religion. Revelation ed. Oxford, Subfaculty of Philosophy, 1995. Chinyamu, Sams F. An Annotated Bibliography on Religion. Lilongwe. Malawi, Malawi Library Association, 1993. Guide to Social Science and Religion in Periodical Literature. Flint, Me. National Library of Religious Periodicals, 1970-88. Index of Articles on Jewish Studies, RAMBI. Jerusalem, Jewish National and University Library, 2002. http://jnul.hug.ac.il/rmb. Index to Book Reviews in Religion. Chicago, American Theological Library. Association, 1990. Also at http://ebscohost.com/academic, as ATLA. Religion Database. Islamic Book Review Index. Berlin, Ada Yoke, 1982. O'Brien, Betty A., and Elmer J. O'Brien, eds. Religion Index 2. Festschriften, 1960-1969. Chicago, American Theological Library. Association, 1980. Religion Index 1, Periodicals. Chicago, American Theological Library. Association, 1977. Also at https://ebscohost.com/academic, as ATLA. Religion Database. Religion Index 2, Multi-Author Works. Chicago, American Theological Library Association, 1976. Also at https://ebscohost.com/academic, as ATLA Religion Database. CNS Style Book on Religion, Reference Guide and Usage Manual. 4th ed. Washington, D.C., Catholic News Service, 2012. Sociology. Abercrombie, Nicholas, Stephen Hill, and Brian S. Turner. The Penguin. Dictionary of Sociology. 5th ed. London, Penguin, 2006. Johnson, Alan G. The Blackwell Dictionary of Sociology, A User's Guide to Sociological Language. 2nd ed. Oxford, Blackwell, 2002. Scott, John, and Marshall Gordon, eds. A Dictionary of Sociology. 4th ed. Reverend. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2009. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Beckert, Jans, and Milanzaravsky, eds. International Encyclopedia of Economic Sociology. London, Routledge, 2006. Borgata, Edgar F., and Rhonda J. V. Montgomery, eds. Encyclopedia of Sociology. 2nd ed. 5-volume. New York, Macmillan Reference USA, 2000. Levinson, David L., Peter W. Cookson, and Alan R. Sadovnik, eds. Education and Sociology, an Encyclopedia. New York, Routledge Farmer. 2014. Ritzer, George, ed. Encyclopedia of Social Theory. 2-volume. Thousand Oaks. C.A., Sage, 2005. Smelser, Neil J., and Richard Swedberg, eds. The Handbook of Economic Sociology. 2nd ed. Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 2005. By Stephen H., James Nallen, and Laurie Fielding, eds. Sociology, A Guide to Reference and Information Sources. 3rd ed. Westport, C.T., Libraries. Unlimited, 2005. Leeperson, Stanley. Making It Count, The Improvement of Social Research and Theory. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1987. Annual Review of Sociology. Palo Alto, CA, Annual Reviews, 1975. Also at http://www.annualreviews.org/journal/social. Applied Social Sciences Index and Abstracts, ASHA. Bethesda, MD. Cambridge Scientific Abstracts, 1987. Also at http://www.piracus.com. Social Science Research. San Diego, CA, Academic Press, 1972. Also at http://science-direct.com/science/journal/00490889X. Sociological Abstracts. Bethesda, MD, Sociological Abstracts, 1952. Also at http://www.piracus.com. Smith Levin, Lynn, and Carey Moskowitz. Writing in Sociology, A Brief Guide. New York, Oxford University Press, 2016. Sociology Writing Group. A Guide to Writing Sociology Papers. 7th ed. New York, Worth, 2013. Timovic, Vladislav A., ed. Definitions in Sociology, Convergence, Connect, and Alternative Vocabularies, a Manual for Writers of Term Papers, Research Reports, and Theses. Street. Catherine's, on, Dileton Publications. 1979. Women's Studies. Bitterly, Gretchen M. and Lori Lisa, eds. Native American Women, A. Biographical Dictionary. 2nd ed. New York, Routledge, 2001. Hendry, Maggie, and Jennifer S. Uglow, eds. The Palgrave Macmillan Dictionary of Women's Biography. 4th ed. New York, Palgrave Macmillan. 2005. Mills, Jane. Woman Words, A Dictionary of Words About Women. New York. H. Holt, 1993. Salem, Dorothy C., ed. African American Women, A Biographical Dictionary. New York, Garland, 1993. Hine, Darlene Clark, ed. Black Women in America. 2nd ed. 3-volume. New York, Oxford University Press, 2005. Cremery, Sherry's, and Dale Spender, eds. Routledge International. Encyclopedia of Women, Global Women's Issues and Knowledge. 4-volume. New York, Routledge, 2000. Tierney, Helen, ed. Women's Studies Encyclopedia. Revelation ed. 3-volume. Westport, C.T., Greenwood Press, 2007. Willard, Francis E., and Mary A. Livermore, eds. Great American Women of the 19th Century, A Biographical Encyclopedia. Amherst, New York, Humanity Books, 2005. Carter, Sarah, and Maureen Ritchie. Women's Studies, A Guide to Information Sources. Jefferson, N.C., McFarland, 1991. Searing, Susan E. Introduction to Library Research in Women's Studies. 2nd ed. Boulder, Co., Westview Press, 1998. Studies on Women and Gender Abstracts. Abingdon, Oxfordshire, UK. Carfax, 1983. Viva, A Bibliography of Women's History in Historical and Women's Studies Journals. Amsterdam, International Institute of Social History. 1995. http://www.iisg.nl/wumhist/bbiome.php. Women's Review of Books. Wellesley, Ma., Wellesley College Center for Research on Women, 1983. Also at http://www.oldcitypublishing.com. Journals/WRB Home/Women's Studies Abstracts. Rush, New York, Rush Publishing, 1972. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com/academic, as Women's Studies International. Natural Sciences. General. McGraw-Hill Dictionary of Scientific and Technical Terms. 7th ed. New York, McGraw-Hill, 2017. Also at http://www.accessscience.com. Morris, Christopher, ed. Academic Press Dictionary of Science and Technology. San Diego, CA, Academic, 1992. Porter, Roy, and Marilyn Bailey Ogilvy, eds. The Biographical Dictionary of Scientists. 3rd ed. 2 volume. New York, Oxford University Press, 2000. Walker, Peter M.B., ed. Chambers Dictionary of Science and Technology. London, Chambers, 2000. Considine, Glenn D., and Peter H. Kulik, eds. Van Nostrand's Scientific Encyclopedia. 10th ed. 3 volume. Hoboken, N.J., Wiley, 2008. https://doi.org/101027804717433989. Heilbronn, J. L., ed. The Oxford Companion to the History of Modern Science. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2003. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. McGraw-Hill Encyclopedia of Science and Technology. 11th ed. 20 volume. New York, McGraw-Hill, 2012. Also at http://www.accessscience.com. Nature Encyclopedia, an AZ Guide to Life on Earth. New York, Oxford University Press, 2001. Directory of Technical and Scientific Directories, a World Bibliographic Guide to Medical, Agricultural, Industrial, and Natural Science Directories. 6th ed. Phoenix, Oryx Press, 1989. Hurt, Charlie Duell. Information Sources in Science and Technology. 3rd ed. Englewood, Co., Libraries Unlimited, 1998. Nielsen, Harry A. Methods of Natural Science, An Introduction. Englewood. Cliffs, N.J., Prentice Hall, 1967. Applied Science and Technology Index. New York, H. W. Wilson, 1913. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. Book Review Digest. New York, H. W. Wilson, 1905. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. British Technology Index. London, Library Association, 1962-80. CompuMath Citation Index. Philadelphia, Institute for Scientific Information, 1981-2006. General Science Index. New York, H. W. Wilson, 1978. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson, as General Science Full Text. Genetics Citation Index, experimental citation indexes to genetics with special emphasis on human genetics. Compiled by Eugene Gerold and Irving H. Chair. Philadelphia, Institute for Scientific Information, 1963. Index to Scientific Reviews, an international interdisciplinary index to the review literature of science, medicine, agriculture, technology, and the behavioral sciences. Philadelphia, Institute for Scientific Information. 1974. Science and Technology Annual Reference Review. Phoenix, Oryx Press, CA. 1989. Science Citation Index. Philadelphia, Institute for Scientific Information. 1961. Also at http://wacinfo.com. Technical Book Review Index. New York, Special Libraries Association. 1935-88. Booth, Vernon. Communicating in Science, Writing a Scientific Paper, and Speaking at Scientific Meetings. 2nd ed. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1993. Montgomery, Scott L. The Chicago Guide to Communicating Science. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2003. Valila, Yvonne. Doing Science, Design, Analysis and Communication of Scientific Research. 2nd ed. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2009. Wilson, Anthony, E.T. Alabama. Handbook of Science Communication. Bristol, UK. Institute of Physics, 1998. https://doi.org/101201/9780849386855. Rubens, Philip, ed. Science and Technical Writing, A Manual of Style. 2nd ed. New York, Routledge, 2001. Biology. Allaby, Michael, ed. The Oxford Dictionary of Natural History. Oxford. Oxford University Press, 1985. Chemic, Richard E. T. Alabama, eds. Oxford Dictionary of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology. 2nd ed. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2008. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Lackey, John M., ed. The Dictionary of Cell and Molecular Biology. 5th ed. Amsterdam, Elsevier/AP, 2013. Lawrence, Eleanor, ed. Henderson's Dictionary of Biology. 16th ed. New York, Benjamin Cummings, 2016. Martin, Elizabeth, and Robert S. Hine, eds. A Dictionary of Biology. 7th ed. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2015. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Singleton, Paul, and Diana Sainsbury. Dictionary of Microbiology and Molecular Biology. 3rd ed. Reverend. New York, Wiley, 2006. https://doi.org/1012/9780470056981. Creighton, Thomas E., ed. Encyclopedia of Molecular Biology. 4 volume. New York, John Wiley and Sons, 1999. https://doi.org/1012/0471209118x. Delbecco, Renato, ed. Encyclopedia of Human Biology. 3rd ed. 10 volume. San Diego, CA, Academic Press, 2008. Eldredge, Niles, ed. Life on Earth, an Encyclopedia of Biodiversity, Ecology, and Evolution. 2 volume. Santa Barbara, CA, ABC Clio, 2002. Hall, Brian Keith and Wendy M. Olson, eds. Keywords and Concepts in Evolutionary Developmental Biology. Revelation ed. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 2006. Huber, Jeffrey T. and Susan Swager, eds. Introduction to Reference. Sources in the Health Sciences. 6th ed. Chicago, Alla Neil Schumann. Publishers, 2014. Pagel, Mark D., ed. Encyclopedia of Evolution. 2 volume. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2002. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Wyatt, H.V., ed. Information Sources in the Life Sciences. 4th ed. London. Bokersor, 1997. Biological Abstracts. Philadelphia, Biosciences Information Service of Biological Abstracts, 1926. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com/academic. Biological Abstracts / Biological and Agricultural Index. New York, H. W. Wilson, 1964. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com/Wilson. Environmental Sciences and Pollution Management. Bethesda, M.D. Cambridge Scientific Abstracts. Also at http://www.piracus.com. Genetics Citation Index, experimental citation indexes to genetics with special emphasis on human genetics. Compiled by Eugene Gerold and Irving H. Scher. Philadelphia, Institute for Scientific Information, 1963. Macmillan, Victoria E. Writing Papers in the Biological Sciences. 6th ed. Boston, Bedford/Street. Martins, 2016. Roldan, Leslie Ann and Mary Lou Pardue. Writing in Biology, A Brief Guide. New York, Oxford University Press, 2016. Council of Science Editors. Scientific Style and Format, the CSE Manual. For authors, editors, and publishers. 8th ed. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2014. Chemistry. Hawley, Gessner Goodrich, and Richard J. Lewis Sr. Hawley's Condensed Chemical Dictionary. 16th ed. New York, Wiley, 2016. Haynes, William M., ed. CRC Handbook of Chemistry and Physics. 97th ed. Boca Raton, Florida, CRC Press, 2016. Kirk-Othmer Encyclopedia of Chemical Technology. 5th ed. 2 volume. Hoboken, N.J., Wiley Interscience, 2007. https://doi.org/101002/ 0471238961. Myers, Robert A., ed. Encyclopedia of Physical Science and Technology. 3rd ed. 18 volume. San Diego, CA, Academic, 2002. Also at http://www.sciencedirect.com/science/reference/9780122274107. Leslie, Davies. Efficiency in Research, Development, and Production, the Statistical Design and Analysis of Chemical Experiments. Cambridge. Royal Society of Chemistry, 1993. Wiggins, Gary. Chemical Information Sources. New York, McGraw-Hill. 1991. Also at httpn.wikibooks.org/wiki. ACS Publications. Columbus, O., American Chemical Society. http://pubs.acs.org. Chemical Abstracts. Columbus, O., American Chemical Society, 1907. Also at http://www.ca.org. Composite Index for CRC Handbooks. 3rd ed. 3 volume. Boca Raton, Florida, CRC. Press, 1991. Crossfire Beilstein. San Leandro, CA, Middle Information Systems, 1996. Also at https://www.rixes.com/. Rixes. New York, Elsevier Science. Also at http://www.elsevier.com. Solutions/Rixes. Science Direct. New York, Elsevier Science, 1999. http://www.sciencedirect.com. Davis, Holly B., Julian F. Tyson, and January A. Peshenik. A Short Guide to Writing About Chemistry. Boston, Longman, 2010. Ebel, Hans Friedrich, Klaus Bliefert, and William E. Russey. The Art of Scientific Writing, From Student Reports to Professional Publications in Chemistry and Related Fields. 2nd ed. Weinheim, Germany, Wiley VCH. 2004. Schoenfeld, Robert. The Chemist's English, with Say It in English. Please. 3rd Reverend ed. New York, Wiley VCH, 2001. Dodd, Janet S., ed. The ACS Style Guide, Effective Communication of Scientific Information. 3rd ed. Washington, D.C., American Chemical Society, 2006. Computer Sciences. Gattiker, URSE. The Information Security Dictionary, Denning the terms that dean security for e-business, Internet, information, and wireless technology. Boston, Kluwer Academic, 2004. LaPlante, Philip A. Dictionary of Computer Science, Engineering, and Technology. Boca Raton, Florida, CRC Press, 2001. Pfaffenberger, Brian. Webster's New World Computer Dictionary. 10th ed. Indianapolis, Wiley, 2003. Random House Concise Dictionary of Science and Computers. New York. Random House Reference, 2004. South, David W. The Computer and Information Science and Technology. Abbreviations and Acronyms Dictionary. Boca Raton, Florida, CRC Press. 1994. Henderson, Harry. Encyclopedia of Computer Science and Technology. Revelation. ed. New York, Facts on File, 2009. Also at http://www.infobasepublishing.com. Nairns, Brigham, ed. World of Computer Science. 2-volume. Detroit, Gale. Group/Thomson Learning, 2002. Waugh, Benjamin W., ed. Wiley Encyclopedia of Computer Science and Engineering. 5-volume. Hoboken, N.J., Wiley, 2009. Artis, Susan B. and Jean A. Poland. A Guide to the Literature of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. Littleton, Co., Libraries Unlimited, 1987. Directory of Library Automation Software, Systems and Services. Medford. N.J., Learned Information, 1993-2007. Eckstein, C.J. Style Manual for Use in Computer-Based Instruction. Brooks Air Force Base, TX, Air Force Human Resources Laboratory, Air Force Systems Command, 1990. Also at http://www.dtic.mil/dtic/tr/fulltext. U2/A2269959 PDF. Geology and Earth Sciences. McGraw-Hill Dictionary of Geology and Mineralogy. 2nd ed. New York. McGraw-Hill, 2003. Neuendorf, Klaus K.E., E.T. Alabama, eds. Glossary of Geology. 5th ed. Reverend. Alexandria, VA, American Geological Institute, 2011. Smith, Jacqueline, ed. The Facts on File Dictionary of Earth Science. Revelation. ed. New York, Facts on File, 2006. Also at http://www.infobasepublishing.com. Bishop, Arthur C., Alan R. Woolley, and William R. Hamilton. Cambridge. Guide to Minerals, Rocks, and Fossils. Revelation ed. Cambridge, Cambridge. University Press, 2001. Bose, Donald R., ed. The Encyclopedia of Igneous and Metamorphic Petrology. New York, Van Nostrand Reinhold, 1989. E. Julius, ed. Macmillan Encyclopedia of Earth Sciences. 2-volume. New York, Macmillan Reference USA, 1996. Good, Gregory A., ed. Sciences of the Earth, an encyclopedia of events, people, and phenomena. 2 volume. New York, Garland, 1998. Hancock, Paul L. and Brian J. Skinner, eds. The Oxford Companion to the Earth. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2000. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Nierenberg, William A., ed. Encyclopedia of Earth System Science. 4 volume. San Diego, CA, Academic Press, 1992. Selly, Richard C., E.T. Alabama, eds. Encyclopedia of Geology. 5 volume. Amsterdam. Elsevier Academic, 2005. Seifert, Carl K., ed. The Encyclopedia of Structural Geology and Plate Tectonics. New York, Van Nostrand Reinhold, 1987. Singer, Ronald, ed. Encyclopedia of Paleontology. 2 volume. Chicago, Fitzroy. Dearborn, 1999. Steele, John H., S. A. Thorpe, and Carl K. Chorkian, eds. Encyclopedia of Ocean Sciences. 2nd ed. 6 volume. Boston, Elsevier, 2009. Also at http://www.sciencedirect.com/science/reference works/9780122274305. Bibliography and Index of Geology. Alexandria, VA, American Geological Institute, 1966-2005. Also at http://www.piracus.com, as GeoRef. GeoBase. New York, Elsevier Science. Also at http://www.elsevier.com. Online tools/engineering village/geobase/ Wood, David N., Joan E. Hardy, and Anthony P. Harvey. Information. Sources in the Earth Sciences. 2nd ed. London, Bokersor, 1989. Bates, Robert L., Marla D. Adkins Helgeson, and Rex C. Buchanan, eds. Writing, A Guide to Writing, Editing, and Printing in Earth Science. Revelation 5th ed. Alexandria, VA, American Geological Institute, 2004. Dunn, J., E.T. Alabama. Organization and Content of a Typical Geologic Report. Revelation ed. Arvada, Co., American Institute of Professional Geologists, 1993. Mathematics. Borowski, E.J., and J. M. Berwain, eds. Collins Dictionary, Mathematics. 2nd ed. Glasgow, HarperCollins, 2002. Nelson, David, ed. The Penguin Dictionary of Mathematics. 4th ed. London, Penguin, 2008. Nicholson, James. The Concise Oxford Dictionary of Mathematics. 5th ed. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2014. Schwartzman, Stephen. The Words of Mathematics, an Etymological Dictionary of Mathematical Terms Used in English. Washington, D.C. Mathematical Association of America, 1994. Darling, David J. The Universal Book of Mathematics, From Abracadabra to Zeno's Paradoxes. Hoboken, N.J., Wiley, 2004. ITO, Kiyasi, ed. Encyclopedic Dictionary of Mathematics. 2nd ed. 2 volume. Cambridge, Ma, MIT Press, 1993. Weisstein, Eric W. CRC Concise Encyclopedia of Mathematics. 3rd ed. Boca Raton, Florida, Chapman and Hall/CRC, 2009. Pemberton, John E. How to Find Out in Mathematics, A Guide to Sources of Information. 2nd Reverend ed. Oxford, Pergamon, 1969. Dodd Public Access Search. Fort Belvoir, VA, Defense Technical Information Center. https://publicaccessdticmil/padf_public/ Mathematical Reviews, 50th Anniversary Celebration. Providence, R.I. American Mathematical Society, 1990. MathSci. Providence, R.I., American Mathematical Society. Also at http://www.ams.org/mathscinet. A Manual for Authors of Mathematical Papers. Revelation ed. Providence, R.I. American Mathematical Society, 1990. Miller, Jane E. The Chicago Guide to Writing About Multivariate Analysis. 2nd ed. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2013. Physics. Basu, Deepak, ed. Dictionary of Pure and Applied Physics. Boca Raton, Florida. CRC Press, 2001. Daintith, John, ed. A Dictionary of Physics. 7th ed. Oxford, Oxford. University Press, 2015. Also at http://www.oxfordreference.com. Sub, Ralph. Dictionary, Physics Basic Terms, English-German. Berlin, A. Hadier, 1994. Thulis, James. Concise Dictionary of Physics and Related Subjects. 2nd ed. Reverend N. Listed. Oxford, Pergamon, 1979. Lerner, Rita G. and George L. Trigg, eds. Encyclopedia of Physics. 3rd ed. Weinheim, Germany, Wiley VCH, 2005. McGraw-Hill Concise Encyclopedia of Physics. New York, McGraw-Hill. 2005. Myers, Robert A., ed. Encyclopedia of Modern Physics. San Diego, CA. Academic Press, 1990. Trigg, George L., ed. Encyclopedia of Applied Physics. 23 volume. Weinheim. Germany, Wiley VCH, 2004. https://doi.org/101002/35276000434. Wone, Graham. The Cambridge Handbook of Physics Formulas. 2003 ed. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2003. Shaw, Dennis F. Information Sources in Physics. 3rd ed. London, Boker. Soar, 1994. American Institute of Physics. Journals. College Park, MD, IPE. http://ipe.scitation.org. Astronomy and Astrophysics Abstracts. Berlin, Springer Verlag, 1969. Current Physics Index. New York, American Institute of Physics, 1975. 2005. Also at http://ipe.scitation.org. IEEE Explore. New York, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. http://ieexplore.ieee.org/explore. Inspec. Stevenage, UK, Institution of Electrical Engineers. Also at http://www.ebscohost.com/academic. Institute of Physics. Journals. London, IOP. http://iopscience.iop.org. Journal/Physics Abstracts. London, Institution of Electrical Engineers, 1967. Katz, Michael J. Elements of the Scientific Paper. New Haven, CT, Yale. University Press, 1985. American Institute of Physics. IPE Style Manual. 4th ed. New York. American Institute of Physics, 1990. Authors. Kate L. Torabian, 1893-1987, was the graduate school dissertation. Secretary at the University of Chicago for nearly 3 decades. She is the original author of this work and the Student's Guide to Writing College Papers, also published by the University of Chicago Press and currently in its 4th edition, 2010. Wayne C. Booth, 1921-2005, was the George M. Pullman Distinguished Service Professor Emeritus at the University of Chicago, where he taught in the English Department, the Committee on Ideas and Methods, and the College. His many books include The Rhetoric of Fiction, A Rhetoric of Irony, Critical Understanding, The Vocation of a Teacher, and For the Love of It, Amateuring and Its Rivals, all published by the University of Chicago Press. Gregory G. Collum, 1951-2011, was Professor of English at the University of Virginia and the author of Designs on Truth, The Poetics of the Augustan Mock Epic. Joseph M. Williams, 1933-2008, was Professor Emeritus of English and Linguistics at the University of Chicago. He is the author of Style, Lessons in Clarity and Grace. Collum and Williams jointly wrote The Craft of Argument. Joseph Bishop is Associate Professor of English and Associate Dean for undergraduate academic programs and policies in the College of Arts and Sciences at Boston University. He is the author of Manufacturing Culture, co-editor of recent editions of the Norton Reader, and editor of recent editions of Williams's Style. William T. Fitzgerald is Associate Professor of English and Director of the Writing Program and the Teaching Matters and Assessment Center at Rutgers University, Camden. He is the author of Spiritual Modalities. Together Booth, Collum, and Williams authored The Craft of Research, which Bishop and Fitzgerald revised for its 4th edition, University of Chicago Press, 2016. And R.S.T. Collum and Williams, and now Bishop and Fitzgerald, have revised Turabian's Student's Guide. The University of Chicago Press editorial staff produces the Chicago Manual of Style, currently in its 17th edition, 2017. Index. References are to section numbers except where specified as page, p. Gor, g, table, or note, n, number. Abbreviations, pages 340-43. For academic degrees, 24.2.3. In addresses, 24.3.2. For agencies, companies, and other organizations, 24.2.4. In author date style citations, 18.1.6. The Bible, applicable to 24.6, Books of the Apocrypha, 24.6.2, Books of the Jewish Bible/Old Testament, 24.6.1, Books of the New Testament, 24.6.3, Versions of the Bible, 24.6.4. For Canadian provinces and territories, 24.3.1. Capitalization of, 24.1.3. In charts and graphs, 26.3.1. In citations and other scholarly contexts, 24.7. Conventions for use of, 24.1.2. In date and time references, 23.1.5, 23.3, 24.4. Formatting of, 24.1.3. Indonite articles and, 24.1.3. Italics in, 24.1.3. List of, A2111, G. A7. In Notes Bibliography Style Citations, 16.1.6. Number Ranges, System 4, Table 23.2. In Parenthetical Citations, 16.4.3.2. In Personal Names, 24.2.1. For Place Names, 24.3.1. Plural forms of, 20.1.2.3. Possessive forms of, 20.2.1. Of professional titles, 24.2.2. Punctuation of, 24.1.3. Spacing in, 24.1.3. In tables anchors, 24.2.4, 24.3.1, 24.4.2, 26.2. Types of, 24.1.1. For units of measure, 23.1.1, 24.5. For U.S. states, 24.3.1. Abstracts. Citation of, in author date style, 19.2.8, in notes bibliography style. 17.2.7. For a dissertation or thesis, A214. Academic Search Premier, 2.1.1, 3.2.3. Academic Terms. Abbreviations for degrees, 24.2.3. Names of courses and subjects, 22.1.3. Scholarly abbreviations, 24.7. Acknowledgements, A2110. Acronyms, 24.1.1. Addresses. Email, 20.4.2. Street, 23.1.7, 23.2.2, 24.3.2. Adjectives. Compound forms of, 20.3.1, 20.3.2. Multiple preceding a noun, use of commas to separate, 21.2.4. Advertisements. Author date style citations of, 19.10.3.7. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.10.3.7. Aircraft, names of, 22.1.3. Alphabetizing, 16.2.21, 16.222, 18.2.11, 18.212. Analysis. Models for, 3.1.2. Of sources, creative agreement, looking for, 4.1.1, creative disagreement. Looking for, 4.1.2. Annals of the Congress of the United States, 17.11.2.1, 19.11.2.1. Anonymous authors, 17.1.1.5, 19.1.1.5. Anthologies. Author date style citations of, 19.1.9.3. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.1.8.3. Apocrypha, abbreviations applicable to, 24.6.2. See also Bible. Apostrophes, 20.1, 20.2, 21.11. Appendixes. Gers and tables in, 26.1.2. Format requirements for, A232. Appositives, punctuation of, 21.2.4. Apps, computer. Author date style citations of, 19.10.3.5. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.10.3.5. Arabic names, 16.2.2.1, 18.2.1.2. Argument, building an argument, common sense understanding of, 2.4.2. Based on evidence versus warrants, 5.5. Blind spots, checking for, 9.1. Challenges to, 5.4.3, 6.2.8.3. Claim, turning your working hypothesis into a, 5.3. Elements of, assembling, 5.4, 5.6. Reader's questions as guide to, 5.2. Research argument, meaning of, 5.1. Warrants, 5.4.4, 6.2.8.4. See also storyboard, working hypothesis. Art exhibition catalogs. Author date style citations of, 19.10.4.1. Notes Bibliography Style Citations of 17.10.4.1. Artworks. Author Date Style Citations of 19.10.1.1. Notes Bibliography Style Citations of 17.10.1.1. Author Date Style Citations 3.5.1, 15.3.2, pages 223-24, pages 237-38. Access dates 15.4.1.5. Parenthetical citations. See parenthetical citations. Patterns of abbreviations 18.1.6. Capitalization 18.1.3. Indentation 18.1.7. Italics and quotation marks 18.1.4. Numbers 18.1.5. Order of elements 18.1.1. Punctuation 18.1.2. Placement of 25.2.1.1. Reference lists. See reference lists. In specific types of sources, advertisements 19.10.3.7. Art exhibition. Catalogs 19.10.4.1. The Bible and other sacred works 19.8.2. Blogs 19.5.2. Books. See books. Author date style citations in classical, medieval, and early English literary works 19.8.1. Graphic arts 19.10.1.2. Interviews 19.6.1, 19.10.3.6. Journal articles. See journals and journal articles. Author date style citations in lectures 19.7.2. Legal cases 19.11.7. Live performances 19.10.2. Magazine articles 19.3. Manuscript collections 19.7.4. Movies 19.10.3.1. Musical scores 19.10.4.3. Newspaper articles 19.4. One source quoted in another 19.9.3. Online collections 19.7.5. Online forums and mailing lists 19.5.4. Paintings, sculptures, and photographs 19.10.1.1. Pamphlets and reports 19.7.3. Papers presented at meetings 19.7.2. Personal communications 19.6.2. Plays 19.10.4.2. Podcasts 19.10.3.3. Public documents. See Congress, U.S. Author date style citations of public documents. Author date style citations of reference works 19.9.1. Reviews 19.9.2. Social media 19.5.3. Sound recordings 19.10.3.4. Television and radio programs 19.10.3.2. Theses and dissertations 19.7.1. Video games and apps 19.10.3.5. Videos 19.10.3.3. Websites 19.5.1. Author's name. In author date style citations, 19.1.1, 19.2.1. In notes bibliography style citations, 17.1.1, 17.2.1. Bar charts. See charts. Beliefs, 14. Bible. Abbreviations applicable to 24.6, Books of the Apocrypha, 24.6.2, Books of the Jewish Bible/Old Testament, 24.6.1, Books of the New Testament, 24.6.3, Versions of the Bible, 24.6.4. Author date style citations of 19.8.2. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.8.2. Titles in 22.3.2.3. Bibliographies. Abbreviations in 16.1.6. Arrangement of entries, alphabetical by author, 16.2.2.1, by categories. 16.2.2.4, other than alphabetical, 16.2.2.3, special types of names. Accommodating, 16.2.2.2. Citing for every summary, paraphrase, or quotation, 7.4. In a dissertation, or thesis, A235. Example of, G. A15. Indentation in, 16.1.7. With notes bibliography style citations, 15.3.1, 16.2, p. 150. Order of elements in, 16.1.1. Punctuation in, 16.1.2. Recording information for, 3.5.2. Searching for sources in, 3.2.2, 3.2.7. Sources that may be omitted, 16.2.3. Templates for entries in, G. 16.1. Types of, 16.2.1. See also notes bibliography style citations. Blogs. Author date style citations of, 19.5.2. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.5.2. Books. Author date style citations in, anonymous author, 19.1.1.5, author's name. 19.1.1, chapters and other parts of a book, 19.1.9, date of publication. 19.1.2, editor or translator in addition to author, 19.1.1.1, editor or translator in place of an author, 19.1.1.2, electronic books, 19.1.10. Letters and other communications, 19.1.9.4, multi-volume works as a whole, 19.1.5.2, non-English titles, 19.1.3.3, older titles, 19.1.3.2. Organization as author, 19.1.1.3, page numbers and other locators. 19.1.8, parts of edited collections, 19.1.9.2, parts of single author. Books, 19.1.9.1, place of publication, 19.1.7.1, pseudonyms, 19.1.1.4. Publisher's name, 19.1.7.2, reprint editions, 19.1.4.2, revised editions. 19.1.4.1, a series, 19.1.6, special elements in title, 19.1.3.1, specific. Volume of multi-volume works. 19.1.5.1, titles, 19.1.3, works in anthologies, 19.1.9.3. Electronic, 17.1.10, 19.1.10. Generic terms for parts of 22.3.2.3. Notes bibliography style citations in anonymous authors, 17.1.1.5. Author's name, 17.1.1, chapters and other parts of books, 17.1.8, date of publication, 17.1.6.3, editor or translator in addition to author. 17.1.1.1, editor or translator in place of author, 17.1.1.2, electronic books, 17.1.10, letters and other communications, 17.1.9, multi-volume works as a whole, 17.1.4.2, non-English titles, 17.1.2.3, older titles. 17.1.2.2, organization as author, 17.1.1.3, page numbers and other. Locators, 17.1.7, parts of edited collections, 17.1.8.2, parts of single author books, 17.1.8.1, place of publication, 17.1.6.1, pseudonyms. 17.1.1.4, publisher's name, 17.1.6.2, reprint editions, 17.1.3.2, revised editions, 17.1.3.1, a series, 17.1.5, special elements in titles, 17.1.2.1. Specific volume of multi-volume works, 17.1.4.1, titles, 17.1.2, works in anthologies, 17.1.8.3. Numbers/numerals for parts of 23.1.8. Templates for notes and bibliography entries, G. 16.1. Templates for reference lists and parenthetical citations, G. 18.1. Titles of 22.3.2.1. Book series. Author date style citations of 19.1.6. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.1.5. Titles of 22.3.2.3. Brackets 21.8.2. Around insertion into quotation 25.3.1.4. Around notation of modification of quotation 7.5, 25.3.1.3, 25.3.2.3. End of line breaks and 20.4.2. Multiple punctuation marks and 21.12.2.2. Note-taking, use in 4.2.2. Brand names, 22.1.3. British government documents. Author date style citations of 19.11.10. Notes Bibliography Style Citations of 17.11.10 Canadian Government Documents. Author Date Style Citations of 19.11.9 Notes Bibliography Style Citations of 17.11.9 Canadian Provinces and Territories, abbreviations for 24.3.1 Capitalization. In abbreviations, 24.1.3 In author date style citations, 18.1.3 Of churches and religious organizations, 23.1.6 Following a, 21.4 Of foreign language terms, 22.2.1 Headline style, 22.3.1.1 Of names, 22.1 In notes bibliography style citations, 16.1.3 In quotations, modifying, 25.3.1.2 Of sacred works, 24.6.5 Sentence style, 22.3.1.2 In tables anchors, 26.2 Of titles and works, 22.3.1, 22.3.2.3 CD-ROMs, citation of 17.9.1, 19.9.1 Chapters and other parts of books. In author date style citations, 19.1.9 Of a dissertation, or thesis, A222, A224 RST page of, G. A9 In notes bibliography style citations, 17.1.8 Titles of, 22.3.2.2 Charts Abbreviations in, 26.3.1 Bar, examples of, G. 8.4, G. 8.5, G. 8.6, G. 8.7, G. 8.10, Guidelines 4, 8.3.3.2, Misrepresentation of data in, 8.4 As best choice for graphic representation, 8.2 Definition of, P86N Design of, 26.3.1 Examples of, G. 8.1 Keep it simple, 8.3.2 Kinds and uses of, Table 8.7 Shading and color in, 26.3.1 Stacked area, examples of, G. 8.12 Misrepresentation of data in, 8.4 See also GERS Chicago Manual of Style Abbreviations, as a resource on, 24.5, p. 343 On Alphabetization Systems, 16.2.2.1, 18.2.1.1 On Author Date Style Citations, p. 238 Citations, as source for examples of, p. 171 On Copyright Registration, 26.1.3, A213, A32, p. 238 Use of, p. 314N On Foreign Languages, 22.2.1 On Mathematical Expressions, 23.1.9 On Names, 22.1 Chinese Names, 16.2.2.2, 18.2.1.2 Citations. Abbreviations used in 24.2.4, 24.7. Author date style. See author date style citations. Citation management tools. 15.6. Determining style of 3.5.1, 15.3. Information required for 3.5.2, 15.2.2. Notes bibliography style. See notes bibliography style citations. Numbers in 23.4.1. Of online sources, 15.4. Placement of note number, 25.2.1.1, see also note numbers. Preparation of, 15.5. Reasons for, 15.1. Situations requiring, 15.2.1. See also notes. Claims. Based on evidence versus warrants, 5.5. Checking your, 9.2. Evaluation of, 5.4.1. Introduction/conclusion, stating in your, 6.2.2. Main, thesis, 5.3. Relevance of a reason to, 5.4.4.3, g. 5.1, see also warrants. Restatement of in your conclusion, 10.2.1. Statement of, 5.4.1, 10.1.4. Supporting, 5.4.2. Turning your working hypothesis into, 5.3. Classical, medieval, and early English literary works. Author date style citations of, 19.8.1. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.8.1. Class papers. Requirements for, pages 380-384. Title page 4, G. A1. Clauses. Colons used in punctuation of, 21.4. Commas used in punctuation of, 21.21, 21.23, 21.8.1. Semicolons used in punctuation of, 21.3. Colons, 21.4. In lists, 23.4.2.1. Multiple punctuation marks and 21.12.2.1. Commas, 21.2. In addresses, 23.1.7. In bibliographies, 16.2.2.1. In dates, 23.3.1. Foreign currencies, as decimal point in, 23.1.4.2. Independent clauses, separating, 21.2.1. In lists, 23.4.2.1. Miscellaneous uses of, 21.2.4. Multiple punctuation marks and, 21.12.1, 21.12.2. Non-restrictive clauses, setting off, 21.2.3, 21.8.1. Numbers, used in, 23.2.2, 23.2.4. In a series, 21.2.2. In titles of works, 22.3.3. Compilation of the messages and papers of the presidents, 1789-1897. 17.11.3, 19.11.3. Compound words. Adjectives, used as 20.3.1. Both nouns and adjectives, used as 20.3.2. Forms of 20.3. Numbers, including 20.3.2.2. Plural forms of 20.1.2.1. Possessive forms of 20.2.2.2. Proper nouns, including 20.3.2.1. Conclusions. Aims of P107. Checking your 9.2 of a dissertation or thesis, A227. Drafting Journal, 10.2. For oral presentations, 13.2.3. Working, 6.2.9. Conference proposals, 13.4. Congress, U.S. Author date style citations of bills and resolutions, 19.11.2.3, debates. 19.11.2.1, hearings. 19.11.2.4, publications. 19.11.2, reports and documents. 19.11.2.2, statutes. 19.11.2.5. Notes bibliography style citations of bills and resolutions, 17.11.2.3. Debates, 17.11.2.1, hearings, 17.11.2.4, publications, 17.11.2, reports and documents, 17.11.2.2, statutes, 17.11.2.5. Congressional Globe, 17.11.2.1. 19.11.2.1. Congressional Record, 17.11.2.1, 17.11.2.3, 19.11.2.1, 19.11.2.3. Copyright. Page A213. Permission to reproduce material protected by 26.1.3, A32. Cultural terms, names of 22.1.2. Dance. See live performances. Dashes, 21.7. M, 21.7.2. N, P314N. Multiple punctuation marks and 21.12.1. 2M and 3M, 16.2.2.1, 21.7.3. Data. Ethical communication of 8.4. Verbal or visual representations of choosing between 8.1. See also sources. Databases. Commercial, 15.4.1.4. Online, 3.2.3. Date of publication. In author date style citations, in books, 17.1.2, in journal articles, 19.2.2. In notes bibliography style citations, in books, 17.1.6.3, in journal articles, 17.2.4.2. Dates and time, references to. Abbreviations used for 24.4. AM and PM, 24.4.1. BC and AD or BCE and CE, 23.3.2, 24.4.3. Commas used in years with VE or more digits, 23.2.2. Decades, centuries, and eras, 23.3.2, 24.4.3. Month, day, and year, 23.3.1, 24.4.2. Names of, 22.1.2. Ranges of years, 23.2.4. Decimal points, 23.1.4. Decimals and fractions, 23.1.3, 23.2.2. Dedication, A215. Dissertations and theses. Abstract, A214. Acknowledgements, A2110. Appendixes, A232. Author date style citations of, 19.7.1. Back matter, A23. Bibliography or reference list, A235, G. A15, G. A16. Copyright page, A213. Dedication, A215. Deaned, P383N. Departmental and University Requirements, pages 380-384. Editorial or Research Method, Discussion of, A2113. Endnotes, A234, G. A14. Epigraphs, A216. Lee Preparation, GERS, A314, Lee Management, A311, Tables. A313, Text Components, A312. Format Requirements for Specific Elements, A2. Front Matter, A141, A21. General Format Requirements, Font, A12, Margins, A11, Pagination. A14, Spacing and Indentation, A13, Titles, A15. Glossary, A2112, A233, G. A8. Illustrations, A231. List of abbreviations, A2111, G. A7. List of GERS, tables, or illustrations, A218, G. A5. Notes Bibliography Style Citations of, 17.7.1. Preface, A219. Submission Page, A211. Submitting Electronic LET, A32. Submitting Hard Copy, A33. Table of Contents, A217, G. A3, G. A4. Text, A22, Chapters, A223, G. A9, Conclusion, A227, Introduction. A221, Notes or Parenthetical Citations, A225, G. A10, G. A11. Parts, A222, Sections and Subsections, A224, Tables and GERS. A226, G. A12, G. A13. Title Page, A212, GA2. Titles of, 22.3.2.2, A15. Dominion Law Reports, Canada, 17.11.9, 19.11.9. Drafting. As an Act of Discovery, pages 75-76. Different Ways to Approach, 7.1. Effective Writing Habits, and 7.2. Evidence, Introducing, 7.7. ARST sentence, 10.1.5. Inappropriate assistance, guarding against, 7.10. Integrate quotations, 7.5. Keeping on track with headings and key terms, 7.3. Plagiarism, guarding against, 7.9. Procrastination and writer's block, 7.11. Quote, paraphrase, and summarize appropriately, 7.4. Sentences, see sentences. Surprises, be open to, 7.8. Use of footnotes and endnotes. 7.6. Journal conclusion, 10.2. Journal introduction, 10.1. Your title, 10.3. See also feedback, RST draft, revising. Early English literary works. Author date style citations of, 19.8.1.3. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.8.1.3. Ebooks, citation of. In author date style, 19.1.10. In notes bibliography style, 17.1.10. Editions of books in citations. In author date style citations, 19.1.9.2. In notes bibliography style, 17.1.3, 17.1.8.2. Editor's name in citations, 17.1.11, 17.112, 19.1.11, 19.112, G. 16.1. G. 18.1. Electronic technology, names of, 22.1.3. See also online sources. Elements of typographic style, the, Bringhurst, A12. Elevator stories, 2.5, 13.4. Ellipses. Empty cells in tables, to indicate, 26.2.6. General method for using, 25.3.2.2. Inserted in quotations, 7.5, 21.1, 25.3.2.1. Omission of a full paragraph or more from a block quotation, 25.3.2.4. Omission of a line or more of poetry, 25.3.2.5. Textual studies method for using, 25.3.2.3. Email addresses, 20.4.2. Encyclopedia Britannica, p. 293. Endnotes. In a dissertation, or thesis, A234. Example of, G. A14. Footnotes versus, 16.3.1. Formatting, 16.3.4.2. In notes bibliography style citations, 15.3.1, p. 150. Parenthetical notes versus, 16.4.3.1. Use of while drafting, 7.6. See also notes. End of line breaks, 20.4. Epigraphs, 25.2.2.3, A216. Equations, 23.1.9. European currency, 23.1.4.2. Evidence. Arguments based on, 5.5. Beliefs and, 14. Challenges to, 5.4.3. Introducing in Drafts, 7.7. Note-taking, and 4.3.3. Sketch out for each section of your paper, 6.2.81-6282. Supporting claims with 5.4.2. Exchequer Court Reports, Canada, 17.11.9, 19.11.9. Exclamation points, 21.6. In author date style citations, 19.1.3.1. Multiple punctuation marks and 21.12.1, 21.12.2.1. In notes bibliography style citations, 17.1.2.1. Federal Courts Reports, Canada, 17.11.9, 19.11.9. Federal Register, 17.11.3, 19.11.3. Federal Reporter, 17.11.7, 19.11.7. Federal Supplement, 17.11.7, 19.11.7. Feedback. ND General Principles in Specific Comments, 12.2. Talk with your reader, 12.3. Treat comments as advice or data, 12.1. GERS, 26.3. Abbreviations used in, 24.2.4. Captions for, 8.3.1, 26.3.2. Charts, see charts. Definition of, 26.3, P86N, P370. Designing, 8.3. Explanatory introductions in, 7.7. Graphs, see graphs. List of, A218, G. A6. Numbering for, 26.3.2. Numbers in, 23.4.1. Permission to reproduce, 26.1.3. Position in the text, 26.1.1. Presentation of in a dissertation or thesis, A314. Size and orientation of, 26.1.2. Source lines for, 26.1.3. RST Draft, P51. Avoiding unhelpful plans, 6.1. Leftovers, Leeway, 6.3. Plan for, if conventional, ND a model, 6.2. Introduction to each section and subsection, sketch a brief, 6.2.7, key concepts, identifying, 6.2.3. Organization, options for, 6.2.5, outline, converting your storyboard into an, 6.2.1, parts of your argument for each section, sketch the 6.2.8, subheads created from key terms, 6.2.4, transitional words that make the order clear, 6.2.6, working conclusion, sketch A, 6.2.9. Working introduction, sketch A, 6.2.2. Revising, P102, blind spots in your argument, checking for, 9.1. Coherence of the body, checking for, 9.3, introduction, conclusion, and claim, checking your, 9.2, let it cool, then paraphrase, 9.5, paragraphs. Checking your, 9.4. See also drafting, Feedback. RST person pronouns, 11.1.7. Font, General Guidelines for A12. Footnotes. Endnotes verses, 16.3.1. Example of G. A10. Formatting, 16.3.4.1. Labeling when endnotes are numbered, 16.3.3. In Notes Bibliography Style Citations, 15.3.1, p. 150. Parenthetical Citations Verses, 16.4.3.1, 18.3.3. For tables, 26.2.7. Use of while drafting, 7.6. See also Notes. Foreign languages. Names in, 22.2.1. Terms in, 22.2.1. Titles of works in, 22.3.2. Formulas, 23.1.9. Front matter, A141. Abstract, A214. Copyright page, A213. Dedication, A215. Epigraph, A216. Periods used as leaders in, 21.1. Submission page, A211. Table of contents, A217. Title page, A212. Glossary, A2112, A233, G. A8. Google, 3.2, 3.2.8, 22.3.2.3. Google Scholar, 3.2.8. Governmental and political organizations. Abbreviations for, 24.2.4. Citation of publications of, author date style citations, 19.11.4, see also. Congress, U.S., author date style citations of, notes bibliography style. 17.11.4, see also Congress, U.S., notes bibliography style citations of. Names of, 22.1.3, 23.1.6. Graphic arts. Author date style citations of, 19.10.1.2. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.10.1.2. Graphics. Choosing between forms of, P86. Choosing the most effective, 8.2. Common forms and their uses, Table 8.7. Data best represented by, 8.1. Definition of, P370. Designing, 8.3, Follow guidelines, 8.3.3, Framing to help readers understand, 8.3.1, Keep it simple, 8.3.2. Ethical communication of data, 8.4. Meaning of, P86N. Shading and color in, 8.3.2. Source lines for, 26.1.3. See also charts, GRs, graphs, tables. Graphs. Abbreviations in, 26.3.1. Adding text to, 8.3.1. As best choice for graphic representation, 8.2. Definition of, P86N. Design of, 26.3.1. Examples of, G. 8.2, G. 8.3. Examples of line G 8.8 G 8.9 G 8.11 Guidelines for line 8.3.3.3 Keep it simple 8.3.2 Line Uses of Table 8.7 Misrepresentation of data in line 8.4 Shading and color in 26.3.1 See also GERS Handouts for oral presentations 13.2.5 Histogram Table 8.7 Historical events and periods See dates and time, references to Hyperlinks A312 Hyphens 21.7.1 In compounds and words with praxis 20.3 End of line breaks used at 20.4 In hyperlinks 20.4.2 In number spans 20.3.2.2 In spelled out centuries 23.3.2 Hypothesis working See working hypothesis IBID 16.4.2 Illustrations See graphics Indentation In author date style citations 18.1.7 General guidelines for A13 In notes bibliography style citations 16.1.7 Initialisms 24.1.1 International bodies publications of Author date style citations of 19.11.11 Notes bibliography style citations of 17.11.11 Internet See online sources Interviews Author date style citations of 19.6.1 19.10.3.6 Notes bibliography style citations of 17.6.1 17.10.3.6 Introduction Aims of pages 1067 Checking your 9.2 of a dissertation or thesis A221 RST sentence drafting A 10.1.5 For oral presentations 13.2.1 Parts of 10.1 Context of prior research establishing 10.1.1 Significance of your question state the 10.1.3 your claim 10.1.4 your question Restate 10.1.2 Roadmaps at the end of 6.2.2 Working sketching A 6.2.2 Italics In abbreviations 24.1.3 In author date style citations 18.1.4 19.1.3.1 Foreign language terms and quotations 22.2.1 Key terms used for 22.2.2 Letters referred to as letters use for 22.2.2 In names 22.1.3 In notes bibliography style citations 16.1.4 17.1.2.1 Plural forms of terms in 20.1.2.4 Possessive forms of terms in 20.2.2.4 In quotations, modifying 25.3.1.3. Sacred works, names of parts of 24.6.5. Term referred to as a term, use for 22.2.2. Titles of works in 22.3.2.1. Japanese names 16.2.2.2, 18.2.1.2. Jewish Bible, abbreviations in 24.6.1. Journals and journal articles. Author date style citations in 19.2, abstracts 19.2.8, article title 19.2.3. Author's name 19.2.1, date of publication 19.2.2, journal title 19.2.4. Page numbers 19.2.6, special issues and supplements 19.2.7, volume and issue numbers 19.2.5. Notes bibliography style citations in 17.2, abstracts 17.2.7, article title 17.2.2, author's name 17.2.1, date of publication 17.2.4.2, journal title 17.2.3, page numbers 17.2.5, special issues and supplements 17.2.6, volume and issue numbers 17.2.4.1. Templates for notes and bibliography entries, G. 16.1. Templates for reference lists and parenthetical citations, G. 18.1. Titles of 17.2.3, 19.2.4, 22.3.2.1, 22.3.2.2. Key terms/keywords. Creating subheads from 6.2.4. Drafting and 7.3. Identifying in your paper 6.2.3. Identifying sources using 3.2.4. Resorting notes and 4.4.3. Revising and 9.3. In your title 10.3. Korean names 16.2.2.2, 18.2.1.2. Law reports, United Kingdom 17.11.9, 19.11.9. League of Nations Treaty Series 17.11.6, 19.11.6. Lectures. Author date style citations of 19.7.2. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.7.2. Titles of 22.3.2.2. Legal cases. Author date style citations of 19.11.7. Names of 22.1.3. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.11.7. Letters and other communications. Author date style citations of 19.1.9.4. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.1.9. Letters of the alphabet. Grades, used to denote 22.2.2. Letters, referred to as 22.2.2. Plural forms of 20.1.2.2. Possessive forms of 20.2.1. Libraries, searching for sources in 3.2. Line graphs 8.3.3.3, Table 8.7. See also graphs. Lists. Punctuation in 21.1, 21.4. In text 23.4.2.1. Literature review 10.1.1. Live performances. Author date style citations of 19.10.2. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.10.2, 17.10.4.2. Local government documents. Author date style citations of 19.11.8. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.11.8. Magazines and magazine articles. Author date style citations of 19.3. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.3. Manuscript collections. Author date style citations of elements to include and their order. 19.7.4.1 Formatting 19.7.4.2. Notes bibliography style citations of elements to include and their order. 17.7.4.1 Formatting 17.7.4.2. Titles of 22.3.2.2, 22.3.2.3. Maps 6.2.2, 26.1.3. Margins, General Guidelines for A11. Medieval literary works. Author date style citations of 19.8.1.2. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.8.1.2. Merriam-Webster's Biographical Dictionary, 22.1.1. Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary, 20.3.1, p. 293, p. 343. Money. Foreign currencies, 23.1.4.2. U.S. currency, 23.1.4.1. Movies. Author date style citations of 19.10.3.1. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.10.3.1. Titles of 22.3.2.1. Music. Scores. Author date style citations of 19.10.4.3. Scores. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.10.4.3. Titles of compositions 22.3.2.1, 22.3.2.2, 22.3.2.3. See also live performances, sound recordings. Names of academic courses and subjects, 22.1.3. Alphabetizing by, 16.2.2.1, 18.2.1.1. Arabic, 16.2.2.2, 18.2.1.2. Beginning with Mac, Saint, or O, 16.2.2.2, 18.2.1.2. Brand, 22.1.3. Capitalization of, 22.1. Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, 16.2.2.2, 18.2.1.2. Of churches and religious organizations, 23.1.6. Compound forms of 16.2.2.2, 18.2.1.2, 20.3.2.1, 22.1.1. In compound words, 20.3.2.1. Of electronic technology, 22.1.3. Of ethnic and national groups, 20.3.2.1, 22.1.1. Governmental and political, 22.1.3, 23.1.6. Of historical events, cultural terms, and designations of time, 22.1.2. Of legal cases, 22.1.3. Numbers in, 23.1.6. Of organizations, abbreviations for, 24.2.4, capitalization of, 22.1.1. Numbers in, 23.1.6. With particles, 16.2.2.2, 18.2.1.2. Personal, abbreviations in, 24.2.1, capitalization of, 22.1.1, end of line. Breaks and, 20.4.2, family members with identical, 23.1.6, in foreign languages, 22.2.1, numbers in, 23.1.6, plural forms of, 20.1.1. Possessive forms of, 20.2.1. Of places, abbreviations for, 24.3.1, capitalization of, 22.1.1, commas. Used in, 21.2.4. Of plants and animals, 22.1.3. Professional titles and, 22.1.1, 24.2.2. Of royalty, 7.5. Of ships, aircraft, and other vessels, or vehicles, 22.1.3. Spanish, 16.2.2.2, 18.2.1.2. Special types of 16.2.2.2. Titles of works, see titles of works. Of treaties, acts, and government programs, 22.1.3. Use of RST, 7.5. Newspapers and newspaper articles. Author date style citations of, name of newspaper, 19.4.1, in reference. Lists and parentheses, 19.4.2, in text, 19.4.3. Notes bibliography style citations of, citing in notes, 17.4.2, citing in text. 17.4.3, name of newspaper, 17.4.1. Note numbers. For notes bibliography style citations, 16.3.2, pages 149-50. Numbering of, 16.3.3. Placement of, 25.2.1.1. Notes. Abbreviations in, 16.1.6. Complex, citations and comments, 16.3.5.2, multiple citations, 16.3.5.1. Footnotes versus endnotes, 16.3.1, see also endnotes, footnotes. Formatting, 16.3.4. Indentation in, 16.1.7. Numbering of, 16.32, 16.33, See also note numbers. For an oral presentation, 13.2.2. Order of elements in 16.1.1. Parenthetical, versus footnotes or endnotes, 16.4.3.1, formatting, 16.4.3.2. Punctuation in 16.1.2. Short forms for 16.4, IBID, 16.4.2, shortened notes, 16.4.1, G. 16.2. Templates for G. 16.1. Notes bibliography style citations, 3.5.1, 15.3.1, pages 149-50. Access dates, 15.4.1.5. Bibliographies for 16.2, see also bibliographies. Patterns of abbreviations, 16.1.6, capitalization, 16.1.3, indentation. 16.1.7, italics, 16.1.4, numbers, 16.1.5, order of elements, 16.1.1. Punctuation, 16.1.2, quotation marks, 16.1.4. Placement of 25.2.1.1. In specific types of sources, advertisements, 17.10.3.7, art exhibition. Catalogs, 17.10.4.1, the Bible and other sacred works, 17.8.2, blogs. 17.5.2, books, see books, notes bibliography style citations in classical, medieval, and early English literary works, 17.8.1, graphic arts, 17.10.1.2, interviews, 17.6.1, 17.10.3.6, journal articles, see journals and journal articles, notes bibliography style citations in lectures, 17.7.2, legal cases, 17.11.7, live performances, 17.10.2. Magazine articles, 17.3, manuscript collections, 17.7.4, movies. 17.10.3.1, musical scores, 17.10.4.3, newspaper articles, 17.4.1. Source quoted in another, 17.9.3, online collections, 17.7.5, online forums and mailing lists, 17.5.4, paintings, sculptures, and photographs, 17.10.1.1, pamphlets and reports, 17.7.3, papers presented at meetings, 17.7.2, personal communications, 17.6.2, plays. 17.10.4.2, public documents, see Congress, U.S., notes bibliography. Style citations of, public documents, notes bibliography style citations of, reference works, 17.9.1, reviews, 17.9.2, social media, 17.5.3. Sound recordings, 17.10.3.4, television and radio programs, 17.10.3.2. Theses and dissertations, 17.7.1, video games and apps, 17.10.3.5. Videos and podcasts, 17.10.3.3, websites, 17.5.1. Templates for notes and bibliography entries, G. 16.1. Use of in drafts, 7.6. Note-taking electronically, 4.2.2. On paper, 4.2.1. Plagiarism, guarding against, 4.2.4. Reviewing for progress, inventing your question. 4.4.2, resorting your notes, 4.4.3, searching for an answer, 4.4.1. Summary, paraphrase, or quote, 4.2.3. Useful, advancing your thinking, 4.3.1, context, recording the, 4.3.3. Relevance to your working hypothesis, 4.3.2. Nouns. Plural forms of, 20.1. Possessive forms of, 20.2. Proper, see names. Numbers. In addresses, 23.1.7. In author date style citations, 18.1.5. In citations, 23.4.1. Commas within, 23.2.2. In compound words, 20.3.2.2. Dates and time periods, 23.2.4, 23.3, see also dates and time, references. 2. Decimals and fractions, 23.1.3. Disciplinary variations regarding, pages 329-30. End of line breaks and, 20.4.2. Ingers, 23.4.1. In lists, 23.4.2.1. In names, 23.1.6. In notes bibliography style citations, 16.1.5. Ordinal, 23.1.1, 23.3.1. In outlines, 23.4.2.2. Percentages, 23.1.3. Plural forms of, 20.1.2.2, 23.2.1. Possessive forms of, 20.2.1. Punctuation within, 23.2.2, 23.2.3. Ranges of, 23.2.4, Table 23.2. Spelled out versus numerals, 23.1, Addresses and thoroughfares, 23.1.7, Date. Systems, 23.3, Equations and formulas, 23.1.9, General rule, 23.1.1. Money, 23.1.4, Numbers beginning a sentence, 23.1.2.1, Parts of. Published works, 23.1.8, Percentages and decimals, 23.1.3, Related. Numbers in the same sentence, 23.1.2.2, Round numbers, 23.1.2.3. In tables, 23.4.1. Numerals. Roman, 23.2.4. Roman and Arabic equivalents, Table 23.1. Online collections. Author date style citations of 19.7.5. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.7.5. Online sources 15.4. Author date style citations of 19.5.4. Categories of 15.4.1.2. Commercial databases 15.4.1.4. Databases 3.2.3. Evaluating for relevance 3.3.1. Evaluating for reliability 3.3.2. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.5.4. Searching the Internet 3.2.8. Stitching together passages from the Internet 7.4. See also websites. Oral presentations. Designing 13.2. Anticipate questions 13.2.4. Conclusion 13.2.3. Handouts 13.2.5. Introduction 13.2.1. Notes 13.2.2. Planning 13.1. Narrow your focus 13.1.1. Understand the difference between listeners and readers 13.1.2. Outlines 6.2.1. 23.4.2.2. See also storyboard. Page numbers and other locators. In author date style citations, in books, 19.1.8, in journal articles, 19.2.6. Commas not used in, 23.2.2. In dissertations and theses, numbering, A141, other identifiers, A143. Placement, A142. In notes bibliography style citations, in books, 17.1.7, in journal articles, 17.2.5. Paintings, titles of, 22.3.2.1. Pamphlets and reports. Author date style citations of 19.7.3. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.7.3. Papers presented at meetings. Author date style citations of 19.7.2. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.7.2. Titles of 22.3.2.2. Paraphrasing 4.2.3, 7.4, 7.9.2. Parentheses 21.8.1. Denitions in 22.2.1. End of line breaks and 20.4.2. Multiple punctuation marks and 21.12.2.2. Parenthetical citations. Abbreviations in 16.4.3.2. Author's name in 19.1.1. Example of G. A11. Footnotes and 18.3.3. Versus footnotes or endnotes 16.4.3.1. Formatting, author date style 18.1.1, 18.3. Notes bibliography style 16.4.3.2. Newspapers cited in 19.4.2. Placement in text 18.3.1. Public documents in 19.11.1. Reference works in 19.9.1. Special elements and format issues, authors with same last name. 18.3.2.1, more than one work cited. 18.3.2.5, no author. 18.3.2.3, no date. 18.3.2.4, works with same author and date. 18.3.2.2, templates for G. 18.1, see also author date style citations. Parenthetical elements, 21.2.4. Peer review, 3.1.2, 3.3.2. Percentages, 23.1.3. Periodicals. Evaluating for relevance, 3.3.1. Guides to, 3.2.5. See also journals and journal articles, newspapers and newspaper articles. Periods, 21.1. In abbreviations, 24.1.3, 24.2.1. As decimal points in money, 23.1.4. Ellipses, used to form, see ellipses. Multiple punctuation marks and 21.12.1, 21.12.2. In titles of works, 22.3.3. Personal communications. Author date style citations of 19.6.2. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.6.2. Photographs. Acknowledgement of photographer, 26.1.3. Author date style citations of 19.10.1.1. Example of in text, G. A12. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.10.1.1. Place names, 21.2.4. Abbreviations for 24.3.1. Capitalization of 22.1.1. Commas used in 21.2.4. Place of publication. In author date style citations, 19.1.7.1. In notes bibliography style citations, 17.1.6.1. Plagiarism, 4.2.4, 6.1, 25.1. Guarding against, 7.9, citing sources for ideas not your own, 7.9.3. Paraphrase appropriately, 7.9.2, pleas of ignorance, misunderstanding, or innocent intentions, 7.9.4, signal quotations. 7.9.1. Plays. Author date style citations of 19.10.4.2. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.10.4.2. Titles of 22.3.2.1. Plural terms. Numbers, 23.2.1. Spelling of, general rule, 20.1.1, possessive forms of, 20.2.1, special cases, 20.1.2. Podcasts. Author date style citations of, 19.10.3.3. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.10.3.3. Poetry. Ellipsis points used to show omission from, 25.3.2.5. Quotations from, 25.2.1.2, 25.2.2.2. Possessives, spelling of, 20.2.1. Poster presentations, 13.3. Prefaces, A219. Praxis, spelling of words with, 20.3.3. Presidential publications. Author date style citations of, 19.11.3. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.11.3. Problem, research, 2.2. See also research, research questions. Procrastination, 7.2, 7.11. Professional titles, 22.1.1, 24.2.2. Proper nouns. See names. ProQuest dissertations and theses, A214, A32. Pseudonyms, 17.1.1.4, 19.1.1.4. Public documents. Author date style citations of, British government documents, 19.11.10. Canadian government documents, 19.11.9, Congressional publications. See Congress, U.S., author date style citations of, elements of, and. Formatting, 19.11.1, International bodies, publications of, 19.11.11. Legal cases, 19.11.7, Presidential publications, 19.11.3, Publications of. Government departments and agencies, 19.11.4, State and local. Government documents, 19.11.8, Treaties, 19.11.6, Unpublished. Government documents, 19.11.12, U.S. Constitution, 19.11.5. Notes bibliography style citations of, British government documents. 17.11.10, Canadian government documents, 17.11.9, Congressional publications, see Congress, U.S., notes bibliography style citations of. Elements of and formatting, 17.11.1, International bodies, publications. Of, 17.11.11, Legal cases, 17.11.7, Presidential publications, 17.11.3. Publications of government departments and agencies, 17.11.4, State and local government documents, 17.11.8, Statutes, 17.11.2.5, Treaties. 17.11.6, Unpublished government documents, 17.11.12, U.S. Constitution, 17.11.5. Public papers of the Presidents of the United States, 17.11.3, 19.11.3. Publisher's name. In author date style citations, in books, 19.1.7.2. In notes bibliography style citations, in books, 17.1.6.1. Punctuation. In abbreviations, 20.1.2.3, 24.1.3. Apostrophes, 20.1, 20.2, 21.11. In author date style citations. 18.1.2. brackets, see brackets, colons, 21.4, 21.12.2.1, 23.4.2.1, commas, see commas, dashes, see dashes, ellipses, see ellipses, end of line breaks, end, 20.4.2, exclamation points, 17.1.2.1, 19.1.3.1, 21.6, 21.12.1, 21.12.2.1, hyphens, see hyphens, multiple marks, 21.12, omitting one mark, 21.12.1, order of, 21.12.2. In Notes Bibliography Style Citations, 16.1.2. Parentheses, 20.4.2, 21.8.1, 21.12.2.2, 22.2.1. Periods, see periods. Question marks, 17.1.2.1, 19.1.3.1, 21.5, 21.12.1. Quotation marks, see quotation marks. Quotations, block style, 25.2.2.1, run-in style, 25.2.1. In quotations, modifying, 25.3.1.2. Semicolons, 21.2.2, 21.3, 21.12.2.1, 23.4.2.1. Slashes, 15.4.1.3, 21.9, 25.2.1.2. In titles of works, 22.3. Titles of works, within and around, 22.3.3. Question marks, 21.5. In author date style citations, 19.1.3.1. Multiple punctuation marks and 21.12.1. In Notes Bibliography Style Citations, 17.1.2.1. Questions, research. See research questions. Quotation marks, 21.10. Around quoted material, 25.2, 25.3. In author date style citations, 18.1.4. Denitions in, 22.2.1. Multiple punctuation marks and, 21.12.2.1. In Notes Bibliography Style Citations, 16.1.4. Plagiarism, use of to avoid, 7.9.1. Plural forms of terms in, 20.1.2.4. Possessive forms of terms in, 20.2.2.4. Quotations in, 22.2.1. For quotations within quotations, 25.2.1.2. Scare quotes, used as, 22.2.2. Titles of works in, 22.3.2.2. Quotations, p. 358. Accuracy of, 25.1. Block style, epigraphs, 25.2.2.3, from poetry and drama, 25.2.2.2, from prose, 25.2.2.1. Brackets used in, 21.8.2, 25.3.1.3, 25.3.1.4, 25.3.2.3. Drafting, and 7.4, 7.5. Ellipses used in 21.1, 25.3.21, 25.325. Epigraphs, 25.2.2.3. From foreign languages, 22.2.1. Incorporating into text, 7.5, 25.2. Modifying, 25.3, capitalization and punctuation, 25.3.1.2, insertions, 7.5. 25.3.1.4, italics, 25.3.1.3, note number omitted, 25.3.1.5, omissions. And use of ellipses, 7.5, 25.3.2, spelling, 25.3.1.1. In note-taking, 4.2.3. One source quoted in another, author date style citations of, 19.9.3, notes. Bibliography style citations of, 17.9.3. Placement of source citations, 25.2.1.1, 25.2.2.1. Plagiarism, and 7.9.1, 25.1. Within quotations, 25.2.1.2. Run-in style, 25.2.1. Spelling of words in P293. Curran, 24.6.5. Radio programs. Author date style citations of, 19.10.3.2. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.10.3.2. Reader's Guide to Periodical Literature, 3.2.5. Reason, S. 5.42, 544, 5.5. Reference lists, 18.2. Arrangement of entries, alphabetical and chronological by author. 18.2.1.1, by category. 18.2.1.3, special types of names, accounting for. 18.2.1.2. With author date style citations, 15.3.2. Citing newspapers in, 19.4.2. In a dissertation or thesis, A235. Example of, G. A16. Order of elements in, 19.1.1. Public documents in, 19.11.1. Sources that may be omitted from, 18.2.2. Templates for, G. 18.1. Reference works. Author date style citations of, 19.9.1. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.9.1. Searching for sources in, 3.2.2. Register of debates, 17.11.2.1, 19.11.2.1. Religious works. See Bible, Sacred Works. Repeated words, 21.2.4. Reports. See pamphlets and reports. Research. Aims of, 1.2, p10. Argument, 5.1, see also argument, building in. Conversing with readers as goal of, 1.3. Leftovers, leeway, 6.3. Managing anxiety during, 4.5. Meaning of 1.1. Models for 3.1.2. Problems, practical and conceptual 2.2.1. Special meaning of 2.2. Pure and applied 1.3. 2.2.2. Sources for, see sources. Spirit of, pages 134-35. Suggesting further, 10.2.2. Talking about, p. 127, see also oral presentations. Themes applicable to, p3. Warrants, difficulty of, 5.4.4.4. As world's biggest industry, p5. Research questions. Answers and 2.3.2. Conference proposals, posed in 13.4. Evaluating 2.1.4. Ending a topic 2.1. Main claim as answer to 5.3, 5.4.2, see also claims. Manageable, making them 2.1.2. Quality of, shaping the 1.2. Questioning 2.1.3. Restating 10.1.2. Significance of 10.1.3. See also storyboard, working hypothesis. Reviews. Author date style citations of 19.9.2. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.9.2. Revised Statutes of Canada 17.11.9, 19.11.9. Revising. Drafts, p. 102, blind spots in your argument, checking for 9.1, coherence of the body, checking for 9.3, introduction, conclusion and claim. Checking your 9.2, let it cool, then paraphrase, 9.5, paragraphs. Checking your 9.4. Sentences, pages 113-14, choose the right word, 11.3, diagnose what you read, 11.2, focus on the RST 7 or 8 words, 11.1, give it up and turn it in, 11.5, polishing, 11.4. Sacred works. The Bible, see Bible. Other sacred works, author date style citations of 19.8.2, capitalization and italicization applicable to 24.6.5, notes bibliography style. Citations of 17.8.2. Titles in 22.3.2.3. Scatterplot, Table 8.7. Scholarly contexts, abbreviations used in 24.7. Scientific names of plants and animals, 22.1.3. Semicolons, 21.3. In lists, 23.4.2.1. Multiple punctuation marks and 21.12.2.1. In a series, 21.2.2. Sentences. Choose the right word, 11.3. Diagnose what you read, 11.2. Drafting RST, 10.1.5. Focus on the RST 7 or 8 words, 11.1. Avoid separating subjects and verbs, 11.1.3. Choosing active or passive verbs, 11.1.6. Get to the Subject, 11.1.1, put familiar information at the beginning. 11.1.5, put key actions in verbs. 11.1.4, subjects should be short and concrete. 11.1.2, using RST person pronouns. 11.1.7, give it up and turn it in. 11.5, polishing. 11.4, revising, pages 113-14. Series titles. In author date style citations, 19.1.6. In notes bibliography style citations, 17.1.5. Ships. Names of, 22.1.3. Short stories, titles of, 22.3.2.2. Slashes, 15.4.1.3, 21.9, 25.2.1.2. Social media. Author date style citations of, 19.5.3. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.5.3. Software functions. Citation management tools, 15.6. Graphics, pages 370-71. Note taking, 4.2.2. Spell checking, P294. Sound recordings. Author date style citations of, 19.10.3.4. Notes bibliography style citations of, 17.10.3.4. Sources. Bibliographies, listed in, see bibliographies. Citations of, see citations. Engaging, 4.1, pages 38-39, creative agreement, looking for, 4.1.1, creative. Disagreement, looking for, 4.1.2, note-taking and, 4.3.1. Ending and using, pages 25-26. Of ideas not your own, 7.9.3. Kinds of, 3.1. Looking beyond the usual, 3.4. Online, see online sources. Primary, 3.1.1. Recording, citation style, 3.5.1, complete bibliographic information, 3.5.2. Reference lists, listed in, see reference lists. References to in the text, 7.5. Relevance, evaluating for, 3.3.1. Reliability, evaluating for, 3.3.2. Searching for, bibliographic trails, following, 3.2.7, guides to periodical. Literature, 3.2.5, the Internet, searching, 3.2.8, librarians, 3.2.1. The Library Catalog, 3.2.4, online databases, 3.2.3, reference works, 3.2.2. Someone who knows about your topic, ending, 3.2.9, the stacks. Prowling, 3.2.6. Secondary, 3.1.2. Taking notes on, see note-taking. Tertiary, 3.1.3. Spacing, general guidelines for, A13. Spanish names, 16.2.2.2, 18.2.1.2. Spelling. Authorities for, P293. of compounds and words with prexes, 20.3. End of line breaks and 20.4. Of plurals, 20.1. Of possessives, 20.2. In quotations, modifying, 25.3.1.1. Software for checking, P294. Of titles of works, 22.3. State government documents. Author date style citations of 19.11.8. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.11.8. Statutes at large of the United States of America, 1789, 1873, 17.11.2.5. 19.11.2.5. Statutes of Canada, 17.11.9, 19.11.9. Storyboard. Building A, 2.4, Evidence you should look for, 2.4.3, Looking at the whole. 2.4.4, State your question/working hypotheses, 2.4.1, State your reasons, 2.4.2. Claims and 5.41.542. Main claim, stating your, 6.2.2. Outline, converting to, 6.2.1. Questions outlining an argument, answers for, 5.6. See also outlines, working hypothesis. Subheads, A224. Submission page, A211. Summaries, in drafts, 6.2.8.5, 7.4. Supreme Court Reporter, 17.11.7, 19.11.7. Supreme Court Reports, Canada, 17.11.9, 19.11.9. Table of Contents, A217, G. A3, G. A4. Tables. Abbreviations used in 24.2.4, 24.3.1, 24.4.2, 26.2. As best choice for graphic representation, 8.2. Body of 26.2.6. Citation of source, 26.1.3. Color and shading in, 26.2.3. Column heads, 26.2.1, 26.2.4. Denition of, P86N, P370. Designing, 8.31832. Examples of, G. A13, Table 8.1, Table 8.2, Table 8.3, Table 8.4, Table 8.5. Table 8.6, Table 26.1, Table 26.2, Table 26.3. Explanatory introductions in 7.7. Footnotes for 26.2.7. Guidelines for 8.3.3.1. Horizontal alignment 26.2.6.1. List of A218, G. A5. Numbering of 26.2.2. Numbers in 23.4.1. Periods used as leaders in 21.1. Permission to reproduce 26.1.3. Position in the text 26.1.1. Presentation of in a dissertation or thesis, A313. Rules in 26.2.3. Size and orientation of 26.1.2. Source lines for 26.1.3. Statistical significance, notes on 26.2.7.3. Structure of 26.2.1. Stub column 26.2.1, 26.2.5. Titles of 8.3.1, 26.2.2. Vertical alignment 26.2.6.2. Television programs. Author date style citations of 19.10.3.2. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.10.3.2. Titles of episodes 22.3.2.2. Theater. See live performances, plays. Theses. See dissertations and theses. Thesis. See claims. Time. See dates and time, references to. Titles for your work. Title pages, A212, G. A1, G. A2. Your dissertation or thesis, A15. Your paper, 10.3. Titles of works. In author date style citations, 19.1.3, 19.2.3. Capitalization of 22.3.1, 22.3.2.3, headline style 22.3.1.1, sentence style 22.3.1.2. In foreign languages 22.3.1.2. In italics 22.3.2.1. In notes bibliography style citations 17.1.2, 17.2.2. Punctuation within and around 22.3.3. In quotation marks 22.3.2.2. Spelling of 22.3. Topics. See research questions. Translator's name in citations 17.1.11, 17.112, 19.1.11, 19.112, G. 16.1, G. 18.1. Treatise. Author date style citations of 19.11.6. Names of 22.1.3. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.11.6. Treaties and Other International Acts Series 17.11.6, 19.11.6. United Nations Treaty Series 17.11.6, 19.11.6. United States, abbreviation of 24.3.1. United States Code 17.11.2.5, 19.11.2.5. United States Statutes at Large 17.11.2.5, 17.11.6, 19.11.2.5, 19.11.6. United States Supreme Court Reports 17.11.7, 19.11.7. United States Treaties and Other International Agreements 17.11.6, 19.11.6. Upanishads 22.3.2.3. URLs. Changes in 15.4.1.1. In citations, 15.4.1. End of line breaks and 20.4.2. Periods used in 21.1. Recording for bibliographic information 3.5.2. Slashes used in 21.9. U.S. Constitution. Author date style citations of 19.11.5. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.11.5. U.S. currency 23.1.4.1. U.S. states. Abbreviations of 24.3.1. Vedas 24.6.5. Video games. Author date style citations of 19.10.3.5. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.10.3.5. Videos. Author date style citations of 19.10.3.3. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.10.3.3. Volume numbers in citations. In author date style, 19.1.5. In notes bibliography style, 17.1.4. Warrants, 5.4.4, 5.5, 6.2.8.4, G. 5.1. Websites. Author date style citations of 19.5.1. Evaluating reliability of 3.3.2. Notes bibliography style citations of 17.5.1. Searching for ideas on 2.1.1. Titles of 22.3.2.3. See also online sources. Weekly compilation of presidential documents, 17.11.3, 19.11.3. Wikipedia, 2.1.1, 3.1.3, 3.2.8, 22.3.2.3. Working hypothesis. Acclaim and 5.3. Note-taking and 4.3.2, 4.4.1. Proposing 2.3. Reviewing progress on 4.4. Risks in 2.3.1. Using a rejected 10.1.1. See also argument, building and research questions, storyboard. Writer's block 7.11. See also procrastination. Writing. Drafting, see drafting. Effective habits for 7.2. Feedback on ND General Principles in Specific Comments 12.2. Talk with your reader 12.3. Treat comments as advice or data 12.1. ARST draft, CRST draft. Managing anxiety and 4.5. Research-based 1.1. Revising, see revising. Writing groups 2.5.